Hello, everybody! Let me mute in here, actually. Hello, wait. Yeah, we'll actually do it like this. Okay. Hello, everybody! Welcome to the Ministry of Health Q&A stream. It's a pleasure to have you all here. My name is The Loving Jevil, I was part of the Ministry of Health as one of our fellow doctors. And right behind me, we have some incredible members of the Ministry of Health. Give a big round of applause for all of our amazing members. Yay! I don't know if you can hear me clapping, but I'm clapping. Woo! Yay! The horse is included, by the way. Just letting you know. Anyways, so we are so excited to be here. We are so excited to be able to answer some questions that you guys might have. So in case you're wondering, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, in Ish 13C's most recent Minecraft event known as Season 2.7, the Purge event, we were part of the government and we were part of the Ministry of Health. So that's your doctors, it's your nurses. We did a lot of awesome and cool stuff. And we're here to tell you all about it. Now, obviously, you guys might not know all of our wonderful doctors and nurses. So let me go take a second to introduce you all to them. That's not what I wanted to press. Okay, so any nurse and doctor I go up to, feel free to unmute if you want to say hello and introduce yourself. So first off, we have WoodDaddy.
Hello, I'm Nurse Daddy. I don't really have much to say. I wasn't expecting to go first. But yeah, that's really all I got. Shout out
Cool.
Benevolence Gang.
Woo! All right, next we have Dr. Pink.
Hello, I'm Dr. Pink, aka Pinkwinks10. I was the doctor and leader for the Benevolence Squad. Let's go, Benevolence! Woo! We love research!
Woo! Yay! Thank you. Next up, we have Nurse V.
Hi, so I am Nurse V, the anxious therapist of the Ministry of Health. I was part of the Band-Aid Brigade and one of the defectors. That's not a good thing to start with, but hi!
Hi! All right, next up, we have Ender Fox, who's running away. Ender!
Hello, my name is. Oh wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. My name is Ender. I'm a nurse, minister, hybrid, and I'm also a veterinarian. And I stayed loyal, unlike most of these freaks. Nice to meet you.
Yay!
Yay!
All right, next up we have Nurse Docky.
Hello, how's it going? I'm Nurse Docky. I'm from the Benevolence Division as well, and I also stayed loyal, unlike some people here. But yeah, happy.
Yay! Yay! Next up, we have a Nurse Nick.
Hello. I'm Nurse Nick. I was also part of the Benevolence team, the research gang, and I was just. Well, I was one of the few who died instantly, actually. So I guess that's my claim to fame here. But it was all part of the plan. Trust me.
Yay! Next up, we have Nurse Surge.
Hello, I am Nurse Surge. I was a member of the I'm a member of the Ministry of Health, and I was in the Band-Aid Brigade. I am the only member of the Band-Aid Brigade to canonically die, tragically. My allegiance is unknown. It's to the Ministry of Health, but who knows what side that would actually be on.
Yay! Thank you, Surge. Up next, we have Dr. Briarose.
Hello. I was playing the character of Dr. Briarose in this SMP. My name's Joe Field. I was the principal turncoat, I think would be fair to say, and the leader of the Band-Aid Brigade as a doctor. So thank you to the Band-Aid Brigade for their amazing participation.
Yay! Also, Joe Field, I will need to do the shared chat thing. I just remember that. Oops. Let me get through introductions and we'll work on that. Okay, we'll work on that. Anyways, next up we have our glorious boss, Minister Squins.
Oh, thank you. You're all too kind. Hello, my name is Squins. I was the minister of this little department that we've got going here. I was loyal until the very end being the end of the event when I, under tragic circumstances, got to, promoted to vice president, so I had to turn my eyes from the ministry, which had about 5 people left at that point. But during our glory days, during those days that I remember so fondly, I was the minister, yes.
Yay! Thank you, Squins. All right, next up we have Phoenix Blazing!
Hello, hello. Is this working? All right.
Yeah.
Hey, I am Surgeon Phoenix. I built the Phoenix machine. I stayed loyal until my tragic end at certain explosion. You know.
Yay! Woo! All right, next up we have Nerd Shadow.
Hello, hello. I am Nurse Shadow, or Shadow GTVP in game. I was a part of the Humanity Division under the great Dr. Jevel.
That's me.
And I stayed loyal the entire time, but maybe towards the end, I got to see past the differences between us and the rebels.
Yay! Next up we have Nurse Cloud.
Hello, I'm Nurse Cloud. I was a part of Chroma Care under Dr. Rainbow, and basically, I was a loyalist till I killed myself. Yippee!
Yay! Okay. Sorry, that sounded a little mean. My bad. Anyways, Nurse Leo.
Hello, sorry I defaulted to my push to talk because I've been using that for so long. I'm Nurse Leo. I honestly didn't do a whole awful lot in the event, except, be sequestered down in a basement. But, the one time that I went to the surface and had a PvP fight, I lost and died. But I think I had a great time, and I hope that I had a good story, and I'm so excited to hear what everybody else was up to during the event.
Yay! Thank you, Leo. Next up, we have Nurse Dearly.
Hello, I am Nurse Stealing. I was part of the Humanity Division under Dr. Jevel. I was also Nurse Leo's partner during the event. I was kind of known as the nurse with a heart of gold, and though I sort of ultimately ended up defecting, it was a very rocky road to get there. So I'm excited to talk with everybody here.
Yay! All right, next up we have Nurse Rizzy.
Hi everyone, I'm Nurse Rizzy from the Outreach Department. Some of you might have seen me in your district roaming around, giving out aid and asking if I can help you. But I also have to tell you that I used to work for the Ministry of Intelligence. So if you have trusted me any information, it might have also spilled over to the Ministry of Intelligence. However, I'm a very loyal citizen, or actually government member, and stayed loyal up until the very end, to the last day.
Yay! All right, next up we have Blue Potato.
Hey, Jevel. My name is Nurse Blue Potato. I was the only member of the Band-Aid Brigade to stay loyal, and I'm Imperia's resident dentist.
Yay! And then, hey, Flight. You want to come sit over here? You want to come introduce yourself? Here. You can come through the door. Yay. Okay. Oh. Did you want to introduce yourself, Flight? Unmute and introduce yourself? Oh, no, VC. Okay, no worries. Okay, got it. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. Well, looks like that's everybody. If I missed somebody, please let me know. There are quite a lot of you today, so a lot of you guys, and we got a lot of questions. And yes, Flight was a part of the Humanity Division. She is very cool. Just gotta say that. Shout out to everybody here. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you guys, viewers, for sending in a lot of questions. If you guys have any questions that you would like to ask that you haven't asked already, if you take a look at the pinned message in my Twitch channel, The Loving Jevil, you will see that there is a form that you can fill out. We will not be taking questions from chat. We will only be using the Google form for that. So if you have any questions that are not being addressed, yeah, ask away. Ask away. But without further ado, we're just gonna jump into some questions and see who wants to answer them. So let me get my papers here. Okay, so for the first question, we'll do this one. Okay. What ministry did you have the best relationship with, the most beef with? Anybody who wants to answer this question, feel free to come up to the stage. Okay. V, did you want to come up here too? It's up to you. Okay. All right. All right. So, we have many people here. Okay, so we'll start off with Cloud. What do you think, Cloud?
Hello.
So, Cloud, what ministry did you have the best relationship with, the most beef with? Like, yeah, which one did you have the best relationship with? Which one did you have the most beef with?
Sorry, my dad was calling me. Anyways.
No, you're good.
Basically, I think the Ministry of Truth we're the closest to because we were chilling with them, the Chroma Care, on the day that Madsby died, and also just in general, like they were really cool. We were both the roleplay ministry, and yeah, and also the ministry we had the most beef with. I feel like it wasn't a specific ministry. I think my biggest beef was with Peacekeeper Window Brick because some of the peacekeepers from the districts, we were having this club in the capital, and they kept on making fun of medics for having no armor trim because we were the only ministry without armor trim on our armor. We just had basic diamond. So like low key op behavior. Anyways, that's all.
All right. Blue Potato, what do you think?
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Those we love the leadership of the Ministry of Defense, love Canary, but some of those peacekeepers really just abused us.
Ah. V, you got an answer?
Same with Cloud. I really love the Ministry of Truth. There was no beef on that whatsoever. I would say I had one beef with one member from the Ministry of Logistics. His name is Gibbs, and he's still upset that I haven't given him any water the entire time. But aside from that, same with the armor trim problem, and the jungle peacekeepers were really kind to us. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Minister Squins, what do you think?
Well, okay, so I personally think the ministry that we had the best relationship with was probably the Ministry of Truth. You know, we got to talk with each other pretty often. We got to coordinate a bunch of things. From an organizational standpoint, it was absolute dynamite to work with them. When it comes to the ministry that we had the most beef with, I was rather insulated from the, trim debacle. I was not made fun of for not having drip because I had the best drip, some may say. Many people will say. I think I'd like to offer my perspective on maybe our relationship with logistics in that our jobs kind of overlapped with one another. And as a result, there was a bit of a friendly rivalry when it came to how well we would do each other's jobs, huh? Let's just say that. It was pretty fun.
All right. Joe Field, Dr. Briarose?
The funny answer for me is to say is the Ministry of Health. In terms of an actual answer, okay, I literally defected. That's in truth, it was probably the Imperial Guard. Honestly, on day one, their discipline was terrible, and I went to them and I went, "You call that discipline?" And then we had a giant standoff between the two districts, between the two ministries, and most of the medics has to desperately pull me back from being murdered all at that moment. But yeah, so that's probably the joke, because it would be either the Imperial Guard who tried to kill me for spreading the truth, and the Health Ministry who did horrors beyond comprehensions. Anyway, that's it.
All right. Nurse, WoodDaddy?
Nurse Daddy, thank you. Well, I had friends in Ministry of Truth and Ministry of Logistics. I didn't really beef with either of them. I didn't interact too much with them. I think everyone here, though, can attest to the fact that the ministry I beefed with the most was the Ministry of Health. I think at one point in time I had actually declared beef with every single other group, and I guess my group too. So I was just beefing with everybody. Yeah, that's really all I got.
Okay. And I have a couple answers from other people who are currently not here. Let me make sure. Okay, no, I think it was just Cloud. Okay, cool. All right. Does anybody else have any other thing that they would like to add before we move on to the next question? Anyone for the audience or the stage? Yeah.
Go, my truthlings. That's all I have to say.
Go, my truthlings.
Go, my truthlings.
All right. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for that. Let's move on to the next question. Having to keep track of all these spreadsheets and tabs. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is a fun question. I think I'm gonna definitely answer this one. All right. What was your favorite moment in this event? Anybody who wants to answer this can come up on the stage. And yes, this is a very good question, so I understand if a lot of you want to answer it, so don't be shy if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's fine. Okay, cool. All right, we'll start from left to right once again. All right. Pink, Dr. Pink, what was your favorite moment in this event?
I think by far one of my favorite moments has to be I believe it was in the lab. We had a lot of little moments where our squad was very much just like, oh, we're so nice, but you might not know we were called the research division, and that was for a very good reason. Let's just say that lab was like a playground for our research, and I would say, I guess it's hard for me to narrow down like one like very, very like specific big moment, but I would just have to say in the lab when we were getting all of the residents in towards the end, there was a moment where I kind of let the mask slip a little bit, and I was talking to someone and I found that they had some contraband. They had a little like silver key. And I think that was the first moment when I was like, oh, time to drop the mask, everyone. And I was like, oh, how did you get that? And then we might have promptly thrown them in solitary, and later did something. I don't remember if this is one of the people that we might have ended up killing, but we probably brought back. So it's fine. It's fine. Totally ethical. We were just doing our job, albeit maybe a little bit evil, but it's fine. But yeah, I guess it's like a little bit of a cop out for me, but just the mask drop that has to be my favorite. That was one of the first that we did. And I'm sure that Nurse WoodDaddy over there would definitely agree. We had a little bit of fun with that one.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Pink. Next up, we have Nurse Dearling.
One of my favorite events from this, well, one of my favorite events from this event, one of my favorite moments was actually the first day that I was allowed to be down in Project Phoenix because of my scheduling. So it was the first time I'd ever seen the project, the first time I knew anything that was going on. And I remember just standing there, like watching people move around. Like I saw Dr. Briarose like doing things in the background. I had Nurse MLG like passing me notes of like, what are we doing? Like, is this ethical to do? And at one point during that time, the entire capital went on lockdown. And we didn't even realize because we were deep underground and beneath our own hospital. And we were tasked by Minister Squins to escort somebody across the city while it was under siege and under lockdown. And I just remember the moment of like having to fight my own team for the right to like leave and be like, no, this was an order. I'm not betraying you. And then Leo and I had to sneak this person across the city to go meet up with Connery. And it was one of the most terrifying things I'd ever done. I was literally shaking the whole time. And it was such an amazing moment where role play and story and everything came together to just be truly an amazing moment. It was so cool.
All right. Well, thank you, Nurse Shadow.
Yeah, so I think out of this event, I have two favorite moments, but I'll keep them pretty brief. I think the one I'd put first is I mentioned it earlier, but it was the moment I had on the second to last day on the epilogue with one of the snow like significant figures, Bro Fujita or Fuji. Um, it was a moment RP we had where we gathered at Nurse Flight's grave because we both mutually knew her. And we had this little moment where we got to discuss our differences between government and citizen slash rebel. And without any fighting, without any like tension or conflict, we got to discuss what we really thought about the whole situation happening in Imperia. And so we ultimately came to the decision that we can't really be mad at each other for fighting for what each side believes in. And at the end of the day, it's a matter of choice. And then the other moment, what I would say, is the first time we revived someone in Project Phoenix. I think it really showed me why the Ministry of Health was very special because we just had a bunch of buttons around, a bunch of screens, but we role played our asses off so hard to make that moment so cool and very memorable for the first revival for Project Phoenix.
Awesome. Great. Joe Field, Dr. Breyer.
Oh God. I've been trying to think on any way of trying to concise this as much as I can. Probably one of my favorite moments was when I really decided to stick my neck out in terms of RP and then pretended to vomit all over the floor after a revival. That was probably one of them. And I'm so sorry for the no warning on that one. I really should have perhaps given some sort of trigger warning in chat beforehand. But yeah, so Briarose just vomits all over the floor, viscerally realistic, and it's just goes into shock and just has to be carried away by other nurses. And that completely, because I didn't think it made sense that everyone would be perfectly okay with this. This was a fundamental, the laws of death. And then I'm just gonna say it because all of the day 8 roleplay with Rainbow was amazing, but specifically I want to talk about the moment of Operation Headhunter when I have just left with Saps's head. I have all 5 left, and Rainbow is staring me. Rainbow knows now the stare. It's become known as the stare. Rainbow's on top of the reactor, the symbol of it all, and I'm just staring them dead in the face, almost holding Saps's head in my hands. And but we both freeze for a solid second, a full second of just no one moving. And then that last run to the stairs, Rainbow telling me to calling me, and then I might say one last thing to them, which was back in a moment. And then just running for my life from everything in the capital and never looking back. It was amazing. I think I'm gonna have to stop there.
All right. Nurse Nick.
Number one moment for me, I guess, well, it has some hype leading up to it because, so it was when we first toured the Phoenix machine, the research team got to go first, and I remember when Squins originally, he was like, "Hey, research team, we need to talk to you guys specifically," and I was all like, "Oh, this is about to be good." And then we finally like got down in there, and just the initial reveal of seeing all of the cells and like the place is massive. It can hold, I think it was like up to 500 people. And then we finally got all the way to the bottom, and Phonics is telling us about, this is where we revive people and everything. I'm like, oh my gosh. I originally wanted to be Ministry of Intelligence as well. Like, because I thought like managing spy networks, like that would be like the coolest thing in the entire event. And then we got down there and I was like, man, like no disrespect to Outreach, but like low-key screw intelligence, this is way cooler. And also just getting to like figuratively see like the light in the research team's eyes just completely come in, and like especially like Nurse Daddy, he's like was just so ready to do so much evil shit down there. That was really good. I love that.
Awesome. Nurse Stocky?
Yeah, so a lot of my moments were kind of mentioned already, but I do have one kind of in character moment and one kind of out of character moment that are my favorites. The in character moment would probably be on the last day when the lab got overrun. Myself and Nurse Shadow and a peacekeeper called House managed to get away and change into residents' uniforms. So everyone in the lab had uniforms, basically. So we swapped out our diamond armor for those uniforms to try and sneak out of the capital. And in the midst of that, we ran into someone from the circus who was a clown. And it was probably the scariest thing ever. He snuck up on us and just started cackling, laughing, asking if we've seen any of his clown friends around. And that was absolutely terrifying given the scenario around us at the time. And my out of character fun memory is to pass the time in the hospital, we decided to play Duck Duck Goose and discovered immediately on the very first round that Nurse Lancita does not know how to play Duck Duck Goose. So there was just a lot of confusion when they were chosen and had to do the runaround. It was just like a funny team building out of character moment. It was pretty good.
All right, awesome. Nurse V?
Hi, okay, so my favorite moments were probably, most of them were probably with the Band-Aid Brigade because that's who I spent most of my time with. And just off the top of my head, my most favorite moment, although there's a lot, my most favorite moment was on the final day, day 6, when Nurse Surge and I defected, basically, because it was so funny both in character and out of character. It was not funny in character, it was stressful, but like in out of character it was so funny because we had decided to defect like day 5, but to like go meet up with Dr. Briarose, and then we were stressing over the fact that we didn't have a master key because we were both nurses, so we just had the silver ones. And then suddenly, just before the session, Mr. Squins over here decides to make me the interim doctor because Dr. Briarose is gone. So I get a new master key, and we were like, oh. And then suddenly Minister Squins also assigns Band-Aid Brigade to guard duty, and we were like, oh, okay. so it was so fun as a favorite moment because it aligned so perfectly with the fact that we had an excuse to go near the doors, and we also could go out of the doors because of the master key. So it was one of my favorite moments, just running out through the primary exit and then to the capital and just hiding from everyone. So yeah, that was definitely a fun moment, but all of the other moments are really fun as well, like the memorial with Deerling and MLG and Dr. Briarose, and I had a lot of tense moments as well. Yep.
Awesome. No, you're good. You're good. Minister Squins?
Hello, it's me again. Right, so my favorite in-game moment would have to be the final day icebreaker, because not only was it just a bit of a chaotic little set of hijinks with, the prison break happening and all, um, but what's more is what I got to see, when we were all crowded around in that circle, and that would be Just seeing how far we had come, because I didn't know the vast majority of these people in the event. I think it was me, Phonics, Jofi. Actually, it would be a bunch of people to have to list off. Phonics did an amazing job with organizing those. By the way, these were amazing. And look, I don't know what to say. It was by far my favorite moment because I got to see what the department had become and the people who made that happen. And the way they were recounting their favorite moments of the event was pretty amazing, I have to say.
Right. Nurse Surge.
Yes, I ran down stage because I just thought of it as well, and I'm going to follow up with Squins on this with the icebreakers. The first day icebreakers that we did before we started the event, I think that was probably one of my most favorite parts because I was, along with a lot of people here, new to this whole event, and we were all very cautious to kind of like there are some people here that are obviously well known, and we're like, well, we don't want to intrude or anything like that. At least that was my side of things. Is I was like, I just want to maintain under the radar. I don't want to overstep or anything or make anyone feel like, oh hi, I'm interacting with you because of this. But having the icebreakers, just having all of you allow us to come out and speak out about ourselves and get to know each other, it really just instantly made me able to talk and interact with everybody in the ministry. I wouldn't have been able to interact nearly as well as I would have if it wasn't for those icebreakers on the first day. Which I believe it was what? Phonics and Squins, you guys were the ones that were pushing that. So that was my favorite moment.
Awesome. Well, I'll go real quick. Let me place myself like in a nicer area. So I will say my favorite moment, I think, I mean, I have, I guess, two kind of answers. Just one is like all my time in the Project Phoenix, facility, just, role playing with people, introducing them to, the facility, everyone's interactions with things happening. It was just really awesome. I really felt like that my role play, like I really felt like I could role play a lot, like this this event, which was really, really cool. Like, I don't know, it was awesome. And then I would say my second favorite was when I met with my unit one last time on day 6. Because I honestly thought that half of them were defecting. Okay, whatever. I thought that half of them were like defecting and that I was not going to see them again. And I told them, I said, hey, no matter what happens, my loyalty is with you guys. I will be with you guys to the end of the world because what matters is my team. And I just wanted them to know that, no matter what happens, no matter whose side anybody is on, I will follow you. And turns out they weren't defecting. So, yeah, I was like, I would just want to just tell them one more time, but I really, really felt honored to be working with them because I genuinely had one of the best teams I could have ever asked for. And I will glaze them. So, yeah, like those are my two moments. Does anyone in the audience want to share a favorite moment? Is that Cloud? Oh, Cloud!
Yeah. Hello. My favorite moment, I have two favorite moments from this event. I really like the Duck Duck Goose we got to play while the districts were in the Purge. We were in the capital, just chilling in our hospital. We just played Duck Duck Goose. I feel like that's such a power move, and I feel really bad for the civilians. And then my second favorite event from this event was doing the fitness Grand Pacey test, or really what it was called was the Imperian Grand Pacey test. I made a bunch of people run around in laps in the lab. It was so fun. I can't believe people actually listened to me. And yeah, it was really scuffed, but it was really good. And yeah.
No, awesome. Anyone else want to go before I move on to the next question?
I can go.
Yeah,
I
sure.
missed it before. I had a few things going on. As Jevil mentioned, they thought I was defecting. Don't know why they'd think that. Very innocent man the entire event. I think one point was when I think everyone had me in a room, having found that I'd been distributing weapons to the residents, and that was pretty nerve-wracking. And then sort of other associated fun activities that had the residents doing in room 101. Definitely a highlight. And also when we were escaping to the Imperia 2.0 ocean base, that escape with my fellow escapee nurses, definitely a highlight as we're all sort of seeing can we make it or not, like seeing people trying to hunt us down, and as well making it there and seeing everyone like come in at the end. That was definitely quite a special moment.
Awesome. Real quick, I actually want to take this chance, because I know you weren't here earlier. This is Nurse Sam's that just answered the question. I know we didn't.
Hello.
I know we didn't. We were doing introductions at the very beginning, so now you get to say hello.
Oh yes, yes, part of the Humanity Division. Again, a very innocent man. Never used TNT in my life, for the record. Anyone that says otherwise is a dirty liar. But yes, generally a good fellow. Never committed any crimes. Always reliable. But what I will say is I was loyal to the end to my team and to my lovely Ministry of Health.
Yay! Well, thank you. And of course, we can't forget Nuncita! Which, by the way, Nuncita made the awesome posters. She's really cool. Anyways, Nurse Nuncita! Hello!
I hope my microphone is working actually on my laptop right now, so that's also why I might have accidentally hit you just now. Well, yeah, hello. This was my first time event, so I wasn't really sure how to handle everything. And Fox, I hope you're okay. And so yeah, I was really nervous, and I ended up just doing a lot of stuff out of game because I really wasn't sure how to approach a lot of the people in game.
Yeah, well, thank you. All right. With that being said, let's move on to our next question. Let's see what we got. We'll just go jump up here. This is going to be an interesting question. What was the turning point for most of the defectors that made them betray Imperia? V, I see you run into the stage like immediately. Like, anybody else would like to go up?
Tomato, tomato, tomato.
All right, let's go ahead and what a lovely cast we have here. All right. Oh, we're starting off strong, I guess. Dr. Briarose, Jofiel.
Right. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I gave it. What on earth?
Did you just kill? Okay, whatever.
Look, it's fine. She was very sweet during the event. It's okay. She's allowed one murder as a treat. Anyway, regardless, there's so much I could say, and I really am gonna run out of time if I try. But there was so much. Like it started from even from this beginning with Sap's execution, having to defend that to V was like a fundamental character moment. The Purges themselves that I ended up watching. Like I ended up watching the Purges with my nurse team, with like my team of nurses. Like there was so much. Like that's even mentioning the the stuff with cryo, like all the revelations there. Then of course there's the the Ministry of Health machine, the Ministry of Health Phoenix machine that fundamentally broke Briarose's character. And you even the roleplay that I went through that the whole time of just this character being completely broken by it. If anyone unfortunately Rainbow isn't here, and that's really really damn sad. But so much. I threw 15 or something ridiculous, some stupid amount of hints in that I was going to defect, all based around the sort of immorality of the machine. I wrote so much on Twitter, But obviously, the reasons that my defection are kind of well documented, so I think we'd be wasting time if we'd spend too much longer on me. Anyway, V, you should be going next.
All right, V. Yeah, go ahead.
So, first and foremost, blues and stop throwing snowballs at the doctor. I will kill you. Anyways, stop.
Please don't murder.
Yeah. Okay, then
Nailed.
I actually wrote my reply to that question, so I'll just read it out loud. Oh, baby chicks. Anyway, so the Nurse V actually had 3 turning points, but 1 main turning point. But the first turning point for Nurse B was Sapparato's public execution, because they couldn't accept the fact that the execution was happening without the trial. But that was immediately dismissed by what Dr. Briarose actually told her, so it's not really a turning point per se. The second was when Dr. Briarose, I don't know if some people have seen that, but Dr. Briarose did call Nurse V a fool for after the whole first successful Phoenix Project experiment. And that made Nurse V question a lot of things, because why am I being called stupid by one of my favorite doctors or my mentors, my elder sister? Why did they call me stupid? So yeah, that kind of like messed up with her system. And finally, the last and final turning point was when they were in the resident building, the lab, and a prisoner or resident died in front of them. Nurse V died in front of her due to the effects of the Phoenix machine, and they were then forced to carry the head to Minister Squins, where Nurse V was told that all the deaths were expected. So, Phonics is on, but yeah, from then on, from that point where they killed, not really killed, but the resident died in front of them, Nurse V started having major doubts about Imperia and even conversed with her fellow nurse here, Nurse Surge. Surge about it. So when Dr. Briarose officially defected, it really wasn't a question for my character. They don't think they defected, though, at the start. So, yeah. That's it. Sorry, that was a lot. I really love this question.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Surge.
Hello. There were a few moments, just like V said earlier, that contributed to my sort of defection. I wouldn't say it was a full defection, but in the eyes of the ministry, I basically did. The first would be the first Purge event. There was a moment, a few people do know this, I had a in-game 15-minute crash out in the overflow clinic where I where I was freaking out about after the Purge, trying to convince myself that it was fine. And then during the after the Phoenix machine, I was in a conversation with MLG where we're like, "This is great, right? Yeah, this is great. This is perfect. This is defeating light. How could this be any bad?" And then or be any bad, be bad. But it was the consistent roleplay conversations that I had with. How the hell am I setting up? It was the consistent roleplay conversations that I had with V and MLG specifically, where we were just constantly going like, "Is this the right thing to do? I don't know if this is the right thing to do." And then we were like, we just kind of kept convincing ourselves it has to be fine. It has to be fine. You know, Imperia cares. And then the real breaking moment was we had been talking, V and I, about going to talk to Dr. Briarose after what happened, because she seemed very upset. We're like, we'll go talk to her. We'll find her eventually. That's something we need to do. V couldn't do it because of what happened with being called a fool, and I kept kind of procrastinating it because I thought some space was needed. Well, I was at the very top, finally going up to try and find Dr. Briarose at the top of the hospital, when I heard everybody running back saying that she was basically be captured immediately and that she had defected. And I panicked instantly, and I ran down to V, and I told V what I had learned, and we started planning on a way of getting out. We tried briefly, and I think, was it Nuncita that was the one that had stopped us? I think it was Nuncita that was at the top. She was like, "You guys can't leave," and it's like, we're just going up for some fresh air really quick. It was like, and we ended up having to formulate our plan to escape. I ended up actually, I was the one who submitted the ticket for that, but we it was to go find Dr. Briarose. That was the moment. That was the thing that caused me to essentially defect. Was to get V to Dr. Briarose, and my goal was to try and get the heads back, or convince Dr. Briarose to come back, or face punishment alone without anything at hand. But I eventually ended up dying to a rebel, unfortunately. Funny enough, and I was in full panic. But V eventually was able to escape that, which was very nice. But yeah, that's the whole lead up to why I defected, was to get V to Dr. Briarose, essentially.
All right, and then real quick before I get to you, Dearling, I got MLG who wants to answer this question. They're not in game, but they're in the Discord. So MLG, take it away whenever you're ready.
Hi, sorry, I'm at work right now, so sorry if it doesn't sound very good. I just wanted to say that I was part of the Band-Aid Brigade, so I was with V, Surge, and Dr. Briarose when we defected. For me, there were kind of a lot of reasons, but the biggest point was kind of sticking with my group, with my crew, especially V and Surge. And really, the turning point for me was that my character's whole goal was to do the right thing for as many people as possible. So when we first, I remember I was talking with Surge after we'd revived the first resident, and it was like we thought like this is amazing. This is going to do so much good for so many people. And then as we saw the effects of it, as more residents started having these side effects and things started getting worse, I started thinking a lot more. Spider made that big overhead announcement in everyone. And I was in the room with Dearling and Leo when that happened. And we were talking about it. I even wrote like on a notebook that I had passed around to Dearling and later Surge, kind of detailing my thoughts about, I think we're in the wrong here. And then once my crew decided it's time to leave, that's kind of when I was like, I think I need to go too. And we ended up kind of leaving, and we went to the other project where they were trying to rebuild the machine. And then from there, I was like, well, that's not what I want either. So we kind of defected from them as well, and we left. And that's kind of where that went from there. But for me, I guess the big thing was that I needed to stick with my crew, and I didn't agree with what the ministry as a whole was doing.
All right, well, thank you, MLG. All right, Dearling.
Hey, so I played a pretty small role as far as all the defection went, but one of the things that I really wanted to highlight was the amount of roleplay and the people that were involved in the decisions that we made as characters and throughout the event. Because I know for me, when I joined the event, I came into this knowing that I wanted to play someone who was morally good and outstandingly good, and seeing how sorry, my bird is screaming, how the influences of other people and other events and having like moral challenges, moral questions could change somebody as they went along. Um, and so for me, what I ultimately think it ended up being was not only was it seeing everybody in the Ministry of Health and like the reactions to the Phoenix machine, but me as a character getting to talk to residents, like people I had never been able to see before because they're all the way out in the districts, and kind of seeing this world that was so separated from us coming face to face and seeing how real they were in comparison to what we were doing in the ministry, and how many of them didn't want to be alive. And I think specifically, like Wesselo was a great role player for us. For me specifically, there was a player named Honeyquill whose journal Leo had found and was passed to me as a character. And it was just this whole journal from somebody that Honeyquill knew, like detailing like their life and like their thoughts and their plans. And I think for me in that moment, it was very much like what we are doing is just wrong. But at the time, I had my partner, I had my division, I had no way out as a character. And so I was fully prepared at the time to go down the route of like this tragic person who ends up becoming the thing that they literally hate most in the effort to try and make something good out of it. So I really just wanted to shout out to everyone who was involved in this, because there are so many people that we got to revive and interact with, and so many events and just minor moments and role play things that got to happen that just really shaped this amazing story. So that's my piece.
All right. Dr. Pink?
It'd be kind of a disservice to my squad if I didn't come up here and tell this story. Oh my gosh.
Ladies! Specifically WoodDaddy!
They're killing WoodDaddy. Oh my god.
Hey! I'm gonna need y'all to calm down. I'm gonna need y'all to calm down.
No, they're doing their job precisely correctly. This is the essence of benevolence. And I kind of betrayed that for them in the last minute. Oh my gosh.
Anyways, Dr. Pink, what were you saying before you were rudely interrupted? What the fuck is a tree doing on stage?
Oh my gosh, WoodDaddy, you've sprouted.
Oh my god!
Wait a minute.
Bro grew up.
He multiplied.
We don't need more of this guy. We don't need more of this guy.
It's so chaotic.
You know what? All right. Anyways, Dr. Pink, as you were saying.
Yeah, so I feel like my situation is a little bit different because my situation kind of started off as a quick moment of surrender. To kind of give a bit of a picture, on the last day, there were a lot of rebels that were breaching into the lab. We were all at the bottom, at the Phoenix machine, and we had an escape plan, and everyone was running out the back door to get out. At this point, most of my squad had already left, as you know, as they were told, they were following orders. I did my job as doctor as I'd wanted to, have them follow orders, you know, stay alive, stay safe. But maybe some jobs are not so well done for the individuals, as they had stormed the lab, and at this point, I was approached by somebody who had joined the rest of the rebels that was a resident, and they had asked me to surrender. And I was with one of my squad mates, Suzuki, at the time. And pretty much what had happened in that moment was the rest of my squad, they had already left. They were gone. And in this moment, I was looking and I was told, well, surrender, drop your weapons, or you'll be killed. And I looked over to Suzuki, and I kind of, for context, do a lot of like improv acting. And in my mind at this point, I had figured, oh, there's no way. I don't see a reality where I would question this. But the person specifically that had asked me to surrender kind of made me think a bit. For a TLDR, our squad had mainly visited the Snow District. And let's just say I may have caught some feelings in this Snow District, and one of the people, this resident, was actually a guard in the snow that I didn't know was joining the rebels. They remembered their life, I suppose. Some did, some didn't, when they were brought back to life. And they looked at me and said, wait, I remember you from the snow, from the government building. We had a meeting with the governor of Snow, Kieran Pixels, and one of his advisors, Cacto. And this guard, I looked at them after talking to them, and I held out a health potion, and I asked, am I sanctioned? Am I allowed to give this to one of them? And they said yes. That was the person that I saw that day that was asking me to surrender. And I had talked to them earlier in the lab, and I was like, wait, I remember who you are. Wait a minute. And I was kind of, I had seen, with the lab, obviously, like the squad, as you would imagine with the research division, very much loved what we were doing. But I think for me, I played somebody that was very much kind of like military leader, kind of like, do your job, keep everyone alive, don't go out alone, like, keep all your ducks in a row and you'll make it out fine. And I think in that moment, I had questioned, well, we'd been following our orders, doing everything, and call it kind of last minute, call it some feelings, I had wondered, okay, they're already gone. Maybe they'll still have time to get out safe. I'm still here with Suzuki. I can't let her die. So I told Suzuki, just listen and surrender. And I kind of had like an improv moment talking to some people in the lab. And I started actually kind of bawling a little bit. And I was like, wait a minute.
I might have just condemned my whole squad to their deaths, which I was kind of right about. I was a bit of a coward. Most of them did just die, and somehow I didn't. So I get to live with the guilt, wandering the world, knowing that I basically had failed them. So a bit of a sad ending, but you know, is not every ending's happy. But that's kind of the little story of that sort of last minute kind of moment that had happened. But yeah, and that's why all the eggs were being thrown. Very much justified, I will say. You know, they're doing their job. Wait, Cloud, no, not you too. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Pink. Is there anybody else that would like to? Wow, what the fuck happened to the audience? We have a tree. We have chickens. I'm sorry. I just see.
This one's Hubert. This one's Cubert. This one's Schmubert. This one's Tubert.
The
this
logs
one's
got
Threebert,
stripped. I didn't
Jeremiah.
notice that. It's just no bark.
I feel
one of them, John.
I feel unsafe here, but you know what? It's fine. We're gonna roll with it. Thank you, Blaine, for the thank you. Thank you. Would anybody else like to say anything before we move on to the next question? I'm gonna assume not. We're just gonna keep going. Okay, next up. I could probably answer this one because it's really simple, unless anybody has any more to say about this question, but it's, did the machine have a set name, or was it just the Phoenix machine? It was, at least as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong. Which you know what, based on all the names you guys are saying in the Minecraft chat, maybe I'm wrong. But I thought that it was just Project Phoenix, the Phoenix machine. If anybody else has any input that they want to share, go ahead. Also, everybody say hello to Phonix's Twitch chat that just joined, because Phonix is streaming on Twitch now. Awesome sauce. Hi, Phonix. Love you. Also, wait, Phonix, are you in game? Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? We can come back to you if needed.
Yeah, sure. I was just getting everything set up because I absolutely woke up late. Hi everyone. So yeah, I'll hop up on the stage.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Look how pretty. Yes. This is so pretty. By the way, this is my first time on this server. I'm definitely out of the loop. Cheese is saying hi, Jevil. Cheese was very excited to get to say hi to you, Jevil.
Hi, Cheese.
But yeah, hi everyone. My name is Phonix or Phonix Archfiend. I am Australian, so
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What did you two just do? What did you two just do?
Oh my god! Oh, that's Gore of my comfort character. All right, hey.
I'm running.
Yeah. Let's take a pause. Okay. I feel like I wish I had like a thing where it was like the technical difficulty screen, kind of like the thing that Tenna from Deltarune has. If you know you, yeah. Anyways, Phonix, please continue, Queen, and I will be looking up to make sure. I'm gonna.
I didn't expect to have to be like playing like normal, you know, like right now, but that's okay. I just woke up. Like, come on, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so I'm Australian. I was the deputy director of MOH. Deputy director? God, guys, I'm waking up. Deputy Minister of Health. Hi. And yeah, I got to lead with lovely Squins, and I hold everything. I'm very thankful to Squins, because Squins is pretty much the reason I got to be here and lead all of you. And yeah, this is my favorite team. I can't believe we did icebreakers and so many different things, and my heart is just so happy whenever I look at this team. Like I can't even begin to explain how happy I am. Yeah. That's me. I don't know what else. Also, I stream and I do fun things, and I have birds in the background, and you'll hear that. Woo!
Yay! Thank you, Phonix. I do want to just say as well, this stream will be saved. I know a couple of people had asked that. This stream will be saved. I will personally be uploading it to my VOD's YouTube channel. I don't know if Jofiel and Phonics are gonna be uploading their own VODs to their but
all of mine are just auto uploaded, so I'm obviously late, but it'll be there.
yeah. Yay! All right. So with that being said, I'll continue reading off the rest of the questions. Okay, so let's see.
If you want, I could probably answer the last question you asked. I was half here because I was setting up stream, but I'm here.
What was which last question? Just to make sure.
Was that about the Phoenix machine?
Yeah,
I believe?
It was just, did the machine have a set name, or was it the Phoenix machine?
Yeah, so I'll answer that because I can give at least, I don't know, Squins didn't answer it, did he?
No, I mean I had just answered it and said it was just the Phoenix machine. I don't know if y'all calling it. Y'all are the bosses, so whatever you guys say, it supersedes whatever I have to say. So
Yeah, Squins, come
Yeah,
up
why
here
don't
with
we-
me because
Okay,
let's do this one together. I guess it's fun. I guess it's fun to consider like how we kind of found out info. Well, I feel like what Squins that I know is always.
We need so
Yeah.
much all the time.
We do so much, guys. Yeah, I felt like a lot of the time we were very much winging it in terms of finding out, you know, like for everyone would ask us questions and we'd be like, yeah, we know what we're talking about, guys. Yeah. The machine was definitely called the Phoenix machine. The lab, the whole project is called the Phoenix Project, I believe. The whole lab I just called the lab or the facility. Yeah. That's probably my understanding of it.
I mean, I got very little to add to that. It was originally called Project Phoenix. It was originally referred to me as the lab, but nice to try, buddy. Oh, I can't actually place blocks there. And
what the fuck? I'm sorry. I just noticed Fluxion is on this server.
Oh my god, Fluixon!
Fluixon is on the server. Wait, Fluixon. Wait, Fluixon. Do you do weddings? Like, yeah, classic Fluixon just running away. Anyways, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Yes. Anything else you want to add?
That was pretty much it.
I was where was I? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I was on it was originally referred to me as a lab, then it was then the phrase Project Phoenix was revealed to me, and that was very much the official name.
Awesome. All right, cool. Thank you guys so much. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. Okay, I want to make sure we got a lot of questions, y'all, but if you have any questions that you want to ask, fill out the Google form that is pinned in my Twitch chat, the Loving Jevil. It's also in there's a, oh my god, it's Wood Mommy. Wait, well, I'm saying this, we'll have Wood Mommy walk over. Yeah, if you want to ask questions, feel free. I don't know how long this stream is going to be. I don't know how long any of y'all want to be here. So, I mean, I don't mind answering every single question, but we will see. Okay, and then gonna get Wood Mommy. We'll start answering the next question, and then we'll do an introduction to Wood Mommy once Wood Mommy gets here. Okay. So we'll do this question next. Where is it? Where'd it go? Okay. Thoughts on the afterlife and its potential future in state events. Would anybody like to come up and answer that? Okay. Cool. I'll also answer this as well. So, Cloud.
My god, I have so much shit on this. Basically, I think it's a cool concept, especially for this event, but it only works for this event. The reason why is because this event, when we had the afterlife, a lot of metagaming happened inside of it. Like, I know, like, Project Phoenix, on the first day of it running, it got leaked in the afterlife because of, like, people would just get teleported out of the afterlife and they would be like, where'd you go? You couldn't do anything about that. You had, like, what are you gonna say? But, yeah, I think for this one we needed people to be online, so we needed the afterlife to be there. But there's like no way to restrict metagaming like fully unless you're like, I don't know, like putting a sword to someone's neck or something. But yeah, I think the pros don't outweigh the cons with the afterlife thing. So what the fuck?
Wait, what? What happened? What? You know what? I'm not even gonna question it at this point. You know what? Y'all
probably did something.
Yeah, y'all do
That's
your own.
fine.
Y'all do your own thing. Yeah. Anyways, Cloud, is there anything else you want to add?
No, no, what the fuck? No.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Okay. Leo.
I also have a lot of thoughts on the afterlife. I mean, as somebody who kind of had a really deep connection to the story that I was writing, and also, you know, being one of the first groups to be introduced to the Phoenix Project, that especially having it leaked was a painful experience. I feel like there had to have been a better way to keep people online than to have people in the afterlife. And I also think that especially for this event, it just isn't. I don't know. It just wasn't really. It didn't really fit the vibe. They had to keep saying things weren't canon, and nobody was really listening. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, having it be like, instead of having the afterlife be like really positive the way it was, I feel like it should have been. I don't know. Maybe something that was less enthusiastic. Okay. But mainly for me personally, yeah, I get that as well. Like framing death as a good thing is cool, and I feel like for the civilians, it was really poetic. But for myself, I found it really jarring to go from dying after being chased for like a half an hour to arriving in this like cheerful and super bright place. I had trouble even like moving for a long time, and it was like, in a way, I think that is also kind of poetic, because what should have been heaven ended up being a sort of purgatory for me. But it's still, I don't know, it just, something about it didn't feel right. It didn't really mesh well. But yeah, like Cloud said, I also do get I get the reason they had it. I just wish maybe it had been done a little better, and maybe like, I don't know, moderated a little better or something. Maybe not everybody needed to go to the afterlife, you know? Like, I just, it's just very complicated, very bittersweet. I think it's a very cool idea, and really doesn't have any consequences if you're just in a civilization event.
Yeah. All right.
Pure heart and WoodDaddy in the same sentence.
Okay, anyways, I have a quick answer from what's on? Sorry. Anyways, I had to just do it. So I have an answer from one of our nurses, FancyNancy, who could not be present with us today. Rest in peace. So on this question, they said, I loved the afterlife. Besides the role it played in the story, it was just really nice to know that if I died, I would still be able to talk to other players and have fun. As far as the future goes, I doubt the afterlife will show up again, because there more likely won't be a revive mechanic. However, it was a really nice way to allow dead players to still play around and have fun. If it came back in the future, I think it would be more out of courtesy for the players rather than being something integral to the story or world building. I'd like to see it again. Thank you, Nancy. And then my answer. So, real quick before I get to Surge and Phonics. I've played in multiple state events, not just state events, actually. Other Minecraft events. If you guys know me, I've played in like 20 Minecraft events. And this is something I've never seen before. And honestly, I don't really know how I feel about it, because I do agree with what Nancy had said, that it's a great opportunity so that way players, have the chance to continue playing, because I've always been used to the events where it's like, oh, you die forever. So if you die day one, that sucks. Like, for example, in Stage Season 2, I died day one, couldn't play again. So, that's just how it is. But again, it does create that issue with metagaming, especially in a story-driven event like this. It made it really difficult to keep a lot of stuff hidden. But I do feel like in this event specifically, metagaming was a huge issue with, like, you know, so many big content creators streaming it, you know, a lot of people involved. But as a concept, like on its own, the fact that it can technically be done, like the afterlife, like it can, like on it from a technical standpoint, and as a concept, I think it's very impressive, and I think it really shows the incredible skill of the state development team, which, by the way, the state development team deserves a lot of praise. Shout out to Not Lango, shout out to Sylvie, shout out to Purge. The events would not be without them. So yeah, if you gotta go praise them, and yeah, praise all of the teams as well, event staff, you know, build team, apps team. Hey, that's me. You know, the moderators, you know, like who
Say, maybe even mod team.
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah, maybe even mod team. Yeah, so please give praises to everybody who contributes to this event in some way, because yeah, just so many people make this event what it is, and the event would not be what it is without all the amazing volunteer work that's done. Anyways, Surge, you're up next.
Hello. Just to reiterate, the question is just basically thoughts on the afterlife. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much thoughts on the afterlife and its potential future in state events.
I think to be honest, I really like it. I don't like the fact that a lot of meta information was shared about, and things were able to get really quickly leaked through it. That part, I feel like that could be workshopped probably in the future, and there could be rules on that. But ultimately, I saw it as a positive benefit, because when I died, I was experiencing a lot of stress, because that was when I didn't know if V was alive or not at that moment either. But I was personally very frustrated when it had happened, because it had happened through a miscommunication, and I had been running around probably for about 5 or 10 minutes, just kind of alone. But as I started running into other Ministry of Health members and that had been dying, and we were able to meet up and talk, I think being able to communicate after the fact and kind of just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. That was really nice. I think that was it's a healthy tool, essentially, in helping players kind of be like, dang, and just talk it out and go over it really quick, and just not feel so bad once you do die, because it does feel bad when it happens.
Thank you, Surge. Yeah. Phonics?
It's interesting, like, to hear everyone who says, like, you know, their thoughts around it and stuff. I guess because I look at it from a very different perspective. So, when I did die, I was extremely overstimulated. But to be fair, this was war day. So extremely overstimulated, and I guess, like, having played in other events, I kind of just go, I wish that it had kind of been the end, in a sense. Like, I was so exhausted, I wanted it to be the end. But I had also definitely planned to some extent for my character to die there. So I think, like, going from being alive to then being alive still, even though I just died, felt very just didn't feel right, I guess. I don't know. I'm bad at explaining stuff usually. So I feel like it gave less meaning to the sense of death in an event being the final ending. I will also mention, actually, because it was spoken about, I guess, like, in terms of, you know, the way it was handled, the way, like, reviving was handled and stuff. There was a lot of things with the event being very last minute in terms of how many apps we got. Jevel knows this. Apps team, woo! Myself as well, doing a lot of apps and feeling the pain of that. It definitely meant that there was less time for the event to be prepped and stuff. So I know sometimes event staff were kind of like catching up as well, in a sense. It kind of felt like, at least, like, they were kind of like, oh, like, we didn't know that this was, like, kind of like this, or there was a lot of stuff that was kind of figured out as it went, which wasn't, you know, there are benefits and issues and to all of that, but I think that event staff did really good with the situation and how last minute was. Also, Rainbow, hi! And also, it's really interesting to just look at from a staff perspective in general in terms of moderation team, seeing like different people, and I guess some of like the afterlife did cause a lot of more drama, I think. At least there's always drama from events. Jevil, you know this. People get very. It's a very high stakes thing. Emotions are high. We get everyone. Yeah, but it's crazy. Yeah. I know, a bit of a ramble from me, but Afterlife, I personally didn't like it, but I see why. I don't know if there's a particular better way for it to be done for this event. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuncita?
Yes, so I can repeat what Ella said about well, it not being ideal at times because there was a lot of metagaming going on and event staff having to intervene. But my character did die at the end by falling off the world, which I canonically ruled as a suicide. But I really liked the Ministry of Internal Health and just like rebuilding the ministry, to be honest. And yeah, it was just like chilling out, I guess, and being back with the others and just doing like a little project together and finally getting to building because we weren't allowed to build anything. We couldn't even place cake at the actual Ministry of Health hospital. So I liked just building it and making a circle room for all our future icebreakers.
All right. Then does anybody else want to give an answer before we move on?
Wait, can I add something?
Absolutely.
I feel like the afterlife made it so. What the fuck? Yo, anyway, the afterlife made it so. The epilogue days kind of felt like just hell. Well, like at the epilogue days were just RDM hell, and people were just killing themselves one by one just to get to the afterlife. I feel like I might be a victim, or not a victim. One of the people who was killing myself to get to the afterlife, low key. But yeah, it's too much incentive to die and no incentive to live, especially in the epilogue. That's all.
All right. Okay, well, real quick, I wanted to give a quick moment. Thank you guys for answering. I wanted to take a quick moment to introduce one of our nurses. Or not nurses, oh my gosh, I'm thinking about the other Wood. Anyways, Dr. Wood Mommy! What the fuck? Bro! All right. Well, yeah, I just wanted to give you a second if you wanted to introduce yourself. Oh, bro. Okay, you know what? Okay, yeah. If you want to unmute, you can, or you can say it in text chat and I'll read it out loud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Hi. I was I was with the Ministry of Intelligence and I was just kind of like placed on the medical team staff, but that being said, I ended up spending a lot of time and putting a lot more effort into the Ministry of Health than I did my intelligence position. But I'm so happy to be a part of this team. It was an absolutely phenomenal event. I loved it so much, and the team definitely was the reason why.
Yay! Thank you. All right, and then real quick, I want to take a second to say hello to Ish3C, who decided to join us. Ish3C, everybody. Yes, thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I don't know if we want to spend a lot of time on this one, but I mean, all questions deserve at least a minute to discuss. Has the Ministry of Health discovered a cure to baldness? Not going to mention who needs this, but Ish. Would anybody else like to? Would anybody like to contribute an answer to this?
It's terminal.
It's terminal.
Oh.
I fear.
Oh. I mean.
That's all.
Okay. What do you guys think? Squins?
Look, our work is done under, very secretive circumstances, okay? our research, it's funded by, you know, the greatest people in Imperia, of course. And I have to say, there is no way to cure the patient in question. He will remain bald forever. At least I
Just
think so. I don't know.
Just take estrogen.
Wait, that's true actually.
Okay. Pink, you have a comment?
Okay, I'll break it to you easy, Dr. Devil. There's really no cure. Like, yeah, Squims was kind of right. You know, we want everyone to be hopeful and like happy, but like, there's just no hope there. Like, it's kind of just a done deal. You know, it happens. That's it. You know,
What about
so
estrogen?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but besides that, I don't know. I think you just have to go with the toupee at that point. That's kind of my take on it, though.
Okay, Phoenix.
All right, look. All I'll say is, how do you think Solev is such nice hair? It happened out of nowhere. You know what? I'll tell you that much. Spoon didn't get on that, but you know, Solev, he has such nice hair for a reason. That's all I'll say.
Ish 3C, do you have a comment on this?
Why the Ministry of Health should know what to do. They've researched so many things. Why could you not find a cure to my illness? You're all disappointments to me.
Make sure to give us a 5-star on Yelp, please. We need the good glory to health, glory to Imperia. Imperia cares. Woo! Okay. I don't think anybody else has anything else to I don't think anybody else would have input on that, but if you do speak okay. Yes.
This Q&A was sponsored by L'Oreal.
Yay! Okay. All right, next up. Ooh, this is a good question. Things you wanted to do in your role but you couldn't. Anybody want to answer this one? What, the limitation? Wow. What the fuck? What, the river? What the fun? Guys,
I'm gonna take part in this one once I'm back.
we are not fishing in this river right now. We are not dead ass right now. Okay.
What was the question?
The question was things you wanted to do in your role but you couldn't.
I feel like
Damn, fair enough then.
Yeah. All right. So let's. Wow. Okay. It doesn't help. I want to answer this question too. Okay. So let's see. Let's start off with Nick.
I see there's a lot of us here. I'll try and keep it brief, but just generally speaking, I wish there was, at least for me, more time to just get to roleplay. I feel like, at least for me personally, the plot ended up moving very quickly, especially since we ended up like losing a day, which, you know, understandable. 60,000 people is a lot to go through. But just to people, I wanted to like sort of work into my character, like the whole idea of like pursuing your own purpose and like at some point encouraging like the residents to either like join us or like, you know, stay behind, do their thing, or like, you know, just get to be a more part of it all. It was just a lot to keep up with. I didn't really get the chance to do all that, but still had fun nonetheless. So I guess it was all good in the end.
All right. Shadow?
I think part of the limitations that I wanted to have was like not being able to like go outside the lab all the time. I know Sam's flight and I had like different like a plot point to like escape the lab, but not in like a defecting way, but in a way of we think we could be doing more for Imperia in like a certain thing, or at least that's what I felt about it. I remember one of the times we found the emergency, or Flight and Sam's found the emergency exit on like the first day of Project Phoenix. We're like, okay, this is a way that we can get out. This is a way we can explore and do what we want to do. And one of the days we ended up actually going out. We actually saw Dr. Breyer defecting in real time, and we saw them run away, and Fly Knight tagged along to try and see where they were going. But I think it was also just a time constraint and things like that. We wanted to pursue that plot line a lot further, but with like the upcoming war and like them invading the capital, we kind of just had to. It kind of derailed that plot point, and we had to go our own way. So, yeah.
All right. Shadow, if you could move a bit to your right. Wood mommy.
Okay, so this might surprise some of you guys, but I actually really would have liked to have stayed loyal. I kind of felt like my hand was forced by the end of the event, and just kind of I'm gonna take some responsibility here. I'm sure part of it was my fault, me just going completely crazy and like halfway through, but I really did enjoy the team. I just by the end of it, when there was so much information being kept from me, and then everything was kind of like revealed to me all at once, I couldn't really justify um sticking around with the like kind of with my character and everything like that. So I wish I could have explored the roles actually as a part of the Ministry of the Health more. But yeah, that's mine.
All right, Phoenix.
All right, hello. So, well, in terms of things I wanted to do but couldn't, me and Dr. Rainbow had a bit of a project we were working on. We were calling it Project Cure, and we were working to find the cure to the withering effects of the machine through less than moral ways, some might say, although personally I think it was well needed and very much worth it. Ultimately, we wanted to, to put it simply, I wanted to experiment on a bunch more people. But due to time constraints, we had to sort of move everything into like a 1-day time schedule before the invasion happened. So I personally still got to do a lot, but I'm sad that Dr. Rainbow didn't get to do much because they were not there for that day. So, we could have expanded Project Cure. We had plans to, but just due to the time limitations, no such thing happened. So all my experiments went to Patient 01. He had a fun time.
All right. Serge?
Hello. I would say one of the things that I want to do that I couldn't do was my character's lore really makes it so he doesn't want to see people suffering. And he's lived a hard life before the event that ideas of alleviating suffering is a bit construed sometimes. One of the things that I really wanted to do, and it was a limitation of logistics, and I could understand that they were likely very slammed with consistent orders, but I was really trying to get us all those XP bottles, and that way we could rename things. Because one of the things I want to do was get a bunch of like buttons and bottles and things like that way I could rename them to drugs and alcohol to distribute them out to other districts, government members. I had a list of orders. I had a case of bourbon that was meant to go to Lime Squad and Snow. I had a bottle 64 sleeping pills for Blue Squad and Snow. 64 Adderall going to Purple Squad and Snow. Snow needed a lot of stuff they wanted. And these are all orders that I had put in place that I couldn't fulfill just because there was limitations in just getting stuff from logistics, and the time constraints didn't help. I know Jungle wanted case of energy drinks for logistics. Capital needed antidepressants because of the purge and seeing things like I was planning on delivering out drugs and sub antidepressants and things like that, and seeing how my doctoral practices will be seen by the other doctors. Maybe it'd be like, that's not ethical, we can't let you do that, and then seeing if there are other ones are like, hey, I'm okay with that. And just I really wanted to explore that kind of direction and do more personal interactions with other districts and other government members. But I wasn't ever able to, unfortunately. But I would have loved to be able to do that, and then see how, of course, the other Ministry of Health members reacted to me doing all that.
All right, V.
Everyone will know what I'm about to say, but so the one thing that I really wanted to do as my character but wasn't able to do was if I was given the chance to have XP bottles at the start of this entire thing, like Nurse Surge, I would have renamed tons of stuff into Labubu's. That was one of the first things I said when I got into government was that I wanted to distribute Labubus for the economy of Imperia. And I never and I only got the XP bottles by the last day. So for my character, I wish I had distributed more Labubus to citizens. And if people are curious what they do look like, if there's some people who haven't seen it, I have posted them on Twitter. But yeah, some residents only got there were some residents who got Altira Bubus, Solo Bubus, and all the other stuff. But I wish some citizens had gotten them too. So yeah, that is the main thing I wish I had done more.
All right, Squints.
Sorry about that. I had to type up some art in the in-game chat. Anyway, so something that I wish I could have done in my role but couldn't. Well, I wish I could have sought more input from a lot of the nurses and the doctors on a regular basis. I feel like as a minister, I was taken away from that a little too often for my taste. Just because, you know, that involves a lot of cabinet meetings and a lot of jawing about what's going to happen the next day, how the event is going to end, and, you know, also checking on how Solev's hair is doing, you know, the usual things. Excuse me, that's rude. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, there were many times where I wish I could have just talked and really gotten a read on what everybody in the department wanted to do for the next day. Although I think it turned out all right. I feel like some of the systems would have been better understood if they were more involved in the discussion, which I would have really loved.
All right, Phonics.
Yeah, I think mine is going to be very similar to Squin's, no surprise. I think like managing and like trying to do that took me away from and I'll be honest, I wish I had got to do more roleplay with y'all, like other than like a lot of the beginning stuff in terms of icebreakers and stuff. I really loved that, but I wish I had gotten to do more like one-on-one roleplay. Even like some of the more roleplay specifically, like I admit I have huge jealousy seeing people like yourself, Drevel, and like Rainbow and Phoenix like getting to like roleplay with the residents and stuff in the Phoenix machine and stuff, just because I didn't actually do that as much as I kind of wish I had. Because I really loved doing that, and I went to do some of it on the last day, but then we got elevated and you know, all that sort of stuff. And I think I have a bit of a spot in my heart for wishing I had got to do more of that. I feel like I had a pretty good time getting to like speak to all of you and like get to hear from all of you and get to know a lot of you in one-on-one and being kind of I'm really glad that I experienced that though. So while like I am a bit sad that I didn't get to roleplay as much in game, I feel like I did I feel like I had a positive experience on all of you, and so like I can't complain too much, but that's probably the one thing I wish I'd got to do more. Yeah. I get really mopey when I start talking about this stuff. Don't mind me, y'all. I feel like crying again.
Hey.
This guy.
Okay, next up. Yeah, okay, next up.
Yeah, are you gonna say it?
Yeah, next up. You're next.
Nurse Daddy. Okay.
Anyway, my biggest so going into this event, I set myself up as like the evil scientist type of thing, like doing experiments and whatnot. And the one thing I actually didn't really get to do was that. We like Doc. Yeah, like Doc just said, we had a spreadsheet of like a bunch of different experiments to run, and the timing didn't really work out for it. And that last day, I could have probably done it, but I kind of prioritized for the residents, making sure that they knew what they were supposed to be doing, instead of like having the fun stuff for myself, because I didn't want to sacrifice. Like I felt like it was a good sacrifice to sacrifice a little of my fun so that the residents who had literally nothing to do could also have fun. But so that's really the one thing I missed up on, but was still able to roleplay as if I did all that stuff, so it worked out in the end. Gotta hang out with other people. Ah, hey,
Yeah. Okay, ladies. Sam's.
Hello, hello. I think I have a quite similar kind of vibe to my wooden colleague here. I had quite an in-depth plan inside of the Phoenix machine, which didn't exactly go down as way I'd hoped to. Experiments did happen, more on the social / psychological side. My time in the room 101, things did happen there. I had planned for some of the residents to execute Zekor, as my character was an Imperial fanatic / loyalist who wanted all the previous defectors to be killed in some way. They could not do that because of the weakness potion, and there weren't actually any other ways of doing that in the machine area, which is very unfortunate. And because of that, information got spread very quickly. I was very fastly betrayed by some of the other mates who spoke to other nurses, like Nick here. And yeah, that whole plot didn't go so well. I got found out quickly and managed to lie quite a lot to get out of it, but I just wish it could have gone further. And yeah, I kind of wanted the residents to have more fun, as WoodDaddy said. But yeah, didn't quite get to execute that.
All right, Leo. Leo. I don't know if your mic is working.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, I don't know what that was all about. I think what it all boils down to for me is that I wish I had been more decisive. Like I really avoided making any decisions for the entire event. There were a lot of times where I was just so focused on one little thing, where I missed like hints from Dr. Briarose, like the most obvious hints ever, and I noticed them in my replay recordings, and then there was the culmination of that when we were escaping the Capitol, and Dr. Briarose tried to stop us and be like, hey, so if you guys like surrender, then we'll we won't kill you. And I wish, God, I wish that we had listened, because at the end of the day, that's what my character would have done. I wanted to protect Deerling above all else, and the smart thing to do there would have been to stop. And I can't go back and redo it, but I wish, God, I wish that I had been even slightly more decisive. And I mean, the story that ended up happening was still a pretty interesting one. It's just like, man, there are a lot of things where if I had just made a decision, it would have gone very differently. And that's the one thing I would do differently if I could.
All right. I'll go real quick. So I guess I would say there's a few things I wish I got to do more. I wish I got to have more therapy appointments, because I went into this hoping that I would be able to. I did do a lot of therapy appointments. Obviously, I don't want to get myself into a HIPAA violation, so I won't say who I gave therapy to. But if you know, you know. Shout out. I wish I got to spend more time with the residents, because it feels like I didn't get to engage with them as much as I wanted. I wish I got to just like hang out with them, scare them, creep them out, all that stuff. I also wish I got to go to the districts more, because I think I only went to the districts like on day 2 when we did our aid distribution with all the Ministry of Health, and then build day is when I actually got to go around and visit everybody, because I didn't get to see a lot of my friends in the districts. I only really got to see people in the capital or people, you know, in my ministry. And don't get me wrong, absolutely fucking love my ministry. I would spend an insane asylum, like my time in an insane asylum with these guys. So, you know, like they're awesome. But I didn't get to talk to as many of my friends this event, which I kind of miss. But you know what? Despite all of that, I feel like that I did everything I could. And while I could have done more if I really played my cards correctly and was a little bit more confident in my decisions, I'm satisfied, you know? So, yeah. Is there anybody else that would like to give an answer?
I'd like to go up actually, if that's okay, very quickly.
Sure.
Just for the sake of, I want to respond to something Leo said. Just I feel like it's wise. Mind if I come up?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, Leo, this is your first event, right? Like, just 100% making sure.
It is indeed.
Like, I just want to say the Ministry of Health's team, in terms of the roleplay that was done, in terms of the storytelling that was done, the character work, all of it, was the best I've ever seen in State, and it was many of you's first event. And I am unbelievably excited to see what all of you end up doing in future events, because even if just the Ministry of Health does what they did this season, State will have a very, very bright future of storytelling. And you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Your story was fantastic. You and Dealing's situation was great. I was so happy to like have you as an additional factor during my before Headhunter. It was an honor, and I just want to say seriously, thank you. Like, you did amazing. Your story was fantastic, and you should absolutely take pride in that and go home with it. Thank you. Everyone should hear.
Aww.
Now, I'll leave the stage. I know that you guys really are the ones who want to actually talk.
Thank you. Ender, did you want to answer, or are you just up here for shits and giggles? Okay. Yeah, that answers it. Cloud?
Oh my gosh. I was gonna say nothing, but I don't think I thought someone would say what I was gonna say, but no. I had a lot of ideas for this event, and I'm kind of sad because I made like I think I made an entire Ministry of Health ideas document, and then on top of that, WoodDaddy had his experiment list, which we didn't really get to do anything on, which kind of sucked. And once again, like you said, I wanted to like visit the districts more. I thought we were gonna be going around like from district to district every single day. Like, I didn't think I'd be settled at the capital, and I had plans to be a civilian at the start, and then I got dragged to government. I was like, okay, I'll just go to be a government in the districts, and then I got dragged to the capital, and that was kind of crazy. But yeah, in the Ministry of Health though specifically, we didn't get to do as many appointments, and I thought that was gonna be like what we were doing in the capital, but we didn't get to do that either. And I was trying to advertise that to like every other. I was trying to get into contact with the Ministry of Truth so they could advertise the Ministry of Health's appointments on the magazine, but we never ended up doing that because of Project Phoenix. But honestly, this event was really cool regardless. I don't know. It was cool. It's just fun to think about like what could have happened if we actually did those ideas.
Yeah. Thank you, Cloud. Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to go real quick? Nick, did you want to go?
Nope,
Or
I'm just repairing the stage.
Oh, okay. What the fuck happened? What the fuck is going on up there, WoodDaddy? What the fuck?
I think somebody attempted an assassination and it didn't go so well.
I
Let's get down here.
Not again.
I think we need
WoodDaddy. I think we need to have a chat.
I think we need. Wait.
I was gonna add something onto that one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Very normal things here in the Ministry of Health. I was gonna mention that I think a lot of the things that very much Squints and I wanted for everyone didn't end up happening just because of the vibe, like just because of how rushed this event was. I'm just gonna like scream that to the stars and to the world. This event was so rushed, and there was just so many more cool things we could have done. I can't even begin to scream about it enough into the void, and it's no one's fault per se. There were so many things that happened with it, and just like, but I wanted everyone to get appointments. I wanted Joel to be able to do more therapy. I wanted, you know, to be able to send you guys out to districts more, you know, like I think Squins and I definitely feel this. I know Squins even said at one point, and I remember this very specifically going like, I wish we could have given them more breaks. Like V, yeah, I wish we could have like had you doing your Laburu thing from the start, right? But like, there's so many things at play that just made, because I feel like just to really put this into perspective, there's a lot of things here that are just because of the way the event was, and I just want to like scream at that to everything, and say like I love this team so much, and I wish we could have done so much more, but we already had so much fun, and I'm so glad for it. Yeah, cool.
Yay! All right, I think that's everything. What the fuck? How did you? I'm not gonna question anything that happens in this godforsaken stage at this point. What do you think? What do you think?
I think that this is very normal. I would get punched every day by WoodDaddy, and he bullies me. So, you know, it's pretty expected that there'll be chaos. And I mean, look, it's not even just what's happening on the stage. We look out, and you can just see.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, oh, also, what the fuck? Hey, hey. You know what? You know what? You're lucky I love y'all. You're lucky I love y'all. Yeah. Also, Ellie, come back, because I just realized you haven't done an introduction yet, and that's required. Oh, wait, are you killing someone? Ellie, are you killing someone right now?
Oh no.
Oh no, I think they won. I think they won. Okay, never mind. We're good. Okay. Alright. Where did they... Girl! Okay. Stop it!
I think we have a lot of things unsaid as a
Yeah,
group,
okay,
but
any...
this is just us getting it out there now.
Anyways, Ellie! Welcome, Ellie, Nurse Ellie. Much appreciated to have you here. I don't know, do you want to say anything to the crowd, or...?
Am I supposed to talk through Discord or
Discord. Okay, stop! We're trying to introduce one of our nurses! Stop it! Okay, let me at least get through the introduction, then you guys can beat the shit out of each other.
Do I have to put on my big girl voice? Like, y'all, come on.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Alright.
Okay, I got here late. What am I supposed to
You could just say, I just wanted to introduce you, like, oh, this is Ellie, Nurse Ellie, and then you could just say, hi, I'm Ellie, blah, blah, blah.
Well, hi, I'm Eli, blah blah blah.
Oh, Eli, sorry, my bad.
Oh no, you're all good. It's an unconvinced. Oh my god!
Okay, anyways, just perfect.
Oh no, she's fine. She's just pissed I beat her with a stone sword versus whatever that.
On the front, stop.
Yeah. So this was my first state event. I wasn't in Ministry of Health by intention. I was an intelligence agent, as was the rest of Pulse Patrol. But honestly, from spending all the time I got to with Ministry of Health and getting to know all of you, I don't think I would have wanted any other assignment. Like I'm like, and honestly, I didn't actually really do much as an intelligence agent either. I was just more of a nurse, if anything, and that was satisfying enough to me. I think it was a great experience. The role play was amazing, and we got some amazing moments too. I can't wait to really go through all the VODs and see everyone's clips and everything. Hey, Rorycan didn't happen to make it here today, did he? Because he had some
no.
stories. Okay, well, yeah, I ended up actually getting him getting that guy killed. We were really good nurse/intel buddies, and we have this great story about how he was on day 6. He was starting to turn and starting to question the government, and we were at the top of the laboratory, like that big gap, and I like threw him down. Like I got him to get on the ledge, and I punched him down. he ended up surviving like a 50 block fall. And then actually I asked Phonics about it. She's the one who gave me the go to kill him. And so I tried to, he survived, and then I got the Imperial Guards on him and killed him. It was kind of it was a sick betrayal moment, but just one of the great stories that you end up having in events like these, right? So yeah, shame he couldn't make it though.
Yeah, well, thank you. Very much appreciated. Okay.
for having me.
Yes, of course. Okay, let's move on to the next question real quick. Oh, let me, sorry, need to get all the text for this one. Advice for beginner role players. Most of my experience with RP comes from text-based RPs, but I've been curious about doing Minecraft RP since the Rich and Poor video. Anybody want to come up and answer this one? Okay. All right, we'll start with Dearling.
This is a wonderful question to ask this group of people. I hope you get a lot of satisfying answers from this. Just for my own background, so you know where I'm coming from, I've been a role player since 2012, so that's about 13-ish years at this point. And I started on text-based roleplay, and my primary form of roleplay is actually text-based. I don't actually do a lot of live RP or events like this. This is my first event. I only started doing live roleplay in 2018-ish. So I would say, as someone who is a text-based role player, the biggest difference from going from a text-based format to a live format is that you no longer have time to think through your responses. So you have to be a lot quicker with your thought processes and a lot more confident in your character plans and the path that you want to take, because your things and your paths and your the people you interact with can change things very quickly for you. So I think anyone who's coming from a more traditional roleplay style to a live event just needs to be aware that you kind of just have to jump in, and you have to be willing to kind of stumble over your words. I literally have a quote in the Imperial newspaper from the first day where I was just completely out of it, and it was just word soup, and it's now immortalized on paper, and I just have to roll with that and be okay with that. But that's sort of the thing. If you just kind of have to be brave, and you just have to trust that people around you are going to play with you and go for it.
Awesome. All right, Leo.
Yeah, I also come from exclusively a text-based roleplay background. And you know, I completely agree with everything that Dearling said. And it's that I think like when you start that you don't have that time to think, right? But I think also it's important to trust yourself. Like I made a lot of mistakes, but I think I also had really good moments because all of the time that I spent role playing meant something. It did. It transfers over. Not all of it transfers over, of course. It's still very hard, but you trust yourself and you say what comes to mind, and eventually you're going to start falling into that. You know how to play a character. You just need to make sure that it'll eventually come out the way that you want it to. Just be okay with that adjustment period. Be okay with making mistakes. And I mean, of course, easier said than done, but you're learning, and you learned once before, and you'll learn again. And that's what's really important.
All right, Nick.
So before this event, actually had basically zero role-playing experience at all. I've sort of have adjacent experience of like writing characters and like making plot like for like game dev side projects and whatnot, but nothing I've actually like played myself. And honestly, I think my number one piece of advice is to just go at it. Just get involved, because I have learned so much from all of you from being here, just to see the ideas that everyone else is coming up with and to see like how you're playing your characters. And I think for Jofield most especially, she thought out everything for Briarose so thoroughly, and just it was very inspiring to, and it makes me want to step up my role playing experience. And there are other events as well, of course, that are much easier to get into, hopefully, than State. So I'd say, yeah, number one, definitely just get involved, meet the people, see what it's about, and get inspired by everyone else. And also, to sort of piggyback what these guys are saying, definitely write what you want to do beforehand. I didn't do that enough. So when it finally got to the moments where I was like, oh crap, it's time to like actually roleplay. I like Searling was saying, like sort of just fumbling in the moment. But if you write like contingency plans on contingency plans, like you can sort of just have backups and be like, all right, this is the path we're going with now. But even still, like they said, you got to be light on your feet. Things change very rapidly, and it's good to be able to adapt. But yeah, just get involved. I've learned so much from being here, and it was a blast.
Awesome. Phoenix?
So I've had a little bit of roleplay experience, mostly just through other Minecraft events, but mostly this was kind of my first time doing it. And what I really just wanted to do was I knew that I wanted to play a character. I had a specific like idea in mind, but I tried to stick very general because I knew that it was going to be thematic. And basically the most important thing for me was I had a path that I wanted to follow. And I tried not to otherwise limit myself too much. And just try and think like my character when possible. It's kind of difficult, but it's fun.
All right. Cloud?
I'm dead ass doing text-based roleplay as we speak, so literally this event was so different from what I'm used to because I do text-based. We don't when you write on like your words down, it's not the same as conveying your emotions through like your tone and your voice. And it's like it's so much harder for me, but it's honestly really fun. And honestly, if you have like any experience with like public speaking or acting or drama or like anything, or if you're like good at improving, like you'll be fine because that's mostly also what text-based roleplay is. It's just improving but with your voice. But also, I think another thing that you have to keep in mind when you're going from text-based to this kind of roleplay is the different kinds of roles. Because when I was playing this event, I was so fucking confused with the metagaming rules because like we had a guideline doc, but also it wasn't like hyper specific. And I was just going through it and learning through trial and error. So like honestly, as long as you surround yourself with like good role players, like everyone in the Ministry of Health, they were so helpful. They're great role players, and that's why this event is so special to me. It really shows to me what you can do with this genre. This is like peak role play, I feel like. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Awesome. Rizzy?
Hello, hello. Well, from my personal experience, and as a tip for every new person that is now watching or is planning to play in one of these events, keep in mind that the events are not that long. So you have a couple of days. Every day is like 2 hours of playtime, and you usually have plans that you want to do during that day, but time is moving pretty fast. So first, you get on the server, you probably meet with the people around you. So you always lose a little bit of time starting at every day and also debriefing at the end when you go back to your location where you want to log out from. So that already takes some time away. Things are happening a lot in these events. So if you had plans, you can probably imagine that they will change constantly. Like I had plans for every day and they basically changed on every day. What I would recommend for every new player is that don't overthink it. There's a lot of really, really good role players in these events. Just roll with it, don't overthink it, and just be in the moment and enjoy it. And one more tip, that was something that I wasn't really aware of as well. If you have any plans or want to do something, for example, if you plan to betray someone or kill someone or do something interesting, keep in mind that you can make event tickets and can basically write down your plans that you're having and check with event staff if you're allowed to do that or if you can go ahead with that. So I definitely recommend to keep that in mind as well.
All right. V?
Okay, so I also come from text-based roleplay where my friend and I would just exchange character dialogue with very limited action. So this entire Minecraft roleplay was a very new experience for me, but I did love every single second of it. So, in Minecraft roleplay, I've noticed that a lot of people rely more on the Minecraft actions like crouching, jumping, or like showing your sword for like for simple actions that are found in Minecraft, and those rely like more information than text based, and your tone of voice is also very important when talking about when talking to other players, especially in roleplay, because that is what is being said. Oh, there's blue left. That is what is being said and not what you're typing out. But so if you do plan to do Minecraft roleplay, I suggest you should do a lot more practice with the talking part, because it's really important when you interact with other people and when you want to get into like character mode, into the story that you're trying to build. But I do agree with what was said earlier, that you have to, as much as possible, write down what you want to do. But I will admit I do have a slight advantage with the fact that I was a theater kid and I am a theater actor. So that's why I like talking and acting a lot. But again, everything can be practiced with time, and that can also be the voice, the everything, the Minecraft things. You can observe that from other people, and those can be practiced easily. So there's no perfect Minecraft roleplay out there. In the end, we're all just here for a great story and for some fun. And bye, Docky, and just make more connections and experience as you go. Yep, that's all for me.
All right. Phonics?
Yeah, so I'm very similar to Nick in the fact that I have not done much roleplay other than a few previous events, but when I went into those events, I haven't really roleplayed. If I'm honest, I've always been a very, I am someone who likes control and likes to make sure that people are like doing what they're meant to do when I'm in a managerial role. So this event was a bit different for me in the fact that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to like have you guys constantly worrying about productivity and this and that, and like, so I tried to take a very different approach. And so something that Nick said that I just want to like scream it to the rooftops is surround yourself with good role players. If the people you're around do not feel like they're encouraging your role play, find another group. Change, move. If you join an event and the nation you're with originally isn't the vibe you want more role play, find somewhere else. That is what I'm going to scream. That is what I've learned from this event. It is that the people that surround you set the vibe. This group has done that to such an extent that I can't even begin to describe how much it made my roleplay better. I have never really roleplayed before, and in this event, I found myself doing it without really having to try so hard. And I'm saying that as someone who did a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons, who's done a little tiny bit of text-based, but not really. But in all of those, I never felt like I was really able to truly roleplay as much as I would have liked to, but this group just made it possible. So yeah, just I didn't write things down. I didn't plan things for my character. It just kind of happened for me because of the people that I was surrounded by. That's not to say, you don't do that, but yeah, that's kind of what I want to yell about, is the people around you will help facilitate your roleplay and they'll make it better. So don't feel too stressed about yourself and what you're doing. Sometimes it's just the people around you.
Right. Jofiel?
Right. I'm gonna keep this relatively short because I've got a few things I want to quickly say, and I obviously know Squins has got some stuff I want to hear from him as well. Actually, so some of the biggest mistakes I made some mistakes, and those ended up actually becoming the crux of the characters I ended up making. I fucked up my skin commission. That was immediately a big one. It was supposed to be green. It was blue. Oh shit! I look at Blue Cross. Panic. 2 hours left. Reason. She's from abroad. She's from somewhere else. She's like that's it. Okay, why is she? Okay, well then she's got to have an accent. She's got to have something to identify with. I need to do an accent. Oh god, I can't do any accents. What can I do? I used to do French. I used to do French for a couple of years in high school. Boom, I'll just do a French accent the whole time. And then I realized what that meant. And then I did it. Rose not meant to be French. I think I wasn't going to roleplay as anything foreign. She was supposed to be an English voice. I would have probably done something more posh if I'd had a couple more minutes. take the mistakes in stride and roll with them. Second of all, be brave and stupid. I was terrified on day one. I was absolutely pissing myself because I had to do a French accent for 6 days, non-stop for 2 hours, every 2 hours. And Squins and Phonics both brought me in very nicely, and that really helped. I realized, oh, this is actually going to be something I can do. And Squins, you were fantastic with that opening. You specifically addressed me as my character and everything. Shut up. Sorry. And finally, the small details. Things like how your character moves. Is your character moving, jumping up and down? Is your character solemnly walking with not looking at anyone in the eye? Is your character, is your character freaking out? Are they just struggling to keep even still? Is there something, all these small little actions will absolutely work. Something I did often at V as an example, I would go into someone's, if I was crying, oh, don't get me started on Aussie Joe. I'd cry and I'd specifically put my head like this. No, you stand up, you stand up. So I specifically put my head onto the person's chest like I'm crying and I'm trying to hide it. Also, just put as much love in, as last thing, put as much love in as you can. I cried my eyes out on 2 separate days of the event. I got an eye irritation after the on day 11, after everything got over, and my eye was red because I cried so hard with the role play between me and Rainbow. Shout out to Rainbow. Please, someone give an introduction to Rainbow at some point. But that's all I'm going to say now. I need to move on. Squins, you're up.
Squins.
Hello, here I am. I'd say my number one tip for, I guess, if you're getting into roleplay or a beginner to that sort of little activity is, take care, brush your hair, Eli. I'd say my number one tip in that regard is to take every opportunity you can to build trust. Not least because when you're able to roleplay with somebody that you trust, that's amazing. You can just walk up to somebody, you can immediately launch into it, and they'll hit you right back with something. And that's always an amazing experience to have. What's more is that it can feel absolutely incredible if you just find someone and you're actually able to get something out of that. I guess this is tangentially related to, I guess, the yes and rule of thumb. I saw people were talking about improv. I wasn't quite paying attention for some of these answers. I'm very sorry about that. But that's effectively the gist of what I'm saying. It's fantastic when you're able to find that, and I guess you're able to find an oasis in that kind of desert.
Right.
I know for a fact that's. Oh, sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
had a little bit of an unnatural pause there.
You're good.
Throw it back, Minister Squins. Anyway, to relate this to some of my previous roleplay experience, I did run a server for about a year in collaboration with a few of my friends. It shut down a couple months ago. But I owe a lot of my roleplay experience, especially in Minecraft, to that event. In fact, there's also Progeny. Progeny was also pretty foundational in that regard. Thank you very much.
All right. Then, Phonics? You wanted to say something real quick?
I was just gonna add on to what everyone else has said. Also consider those around you. I think in your role playing, what you do, please consider everyone else around you. Look at your character. Look at your what impacts your character may have on other stories and stuff. And you can and I mean that good and bad, right? Because your actions can have good and bad consequences. How can you build others up? How can you build the story in a way that really is good for everyone? I think that's just a good tip I like to. Because you don't want to take everything, and you also just want to build everything. You want to have a good story, and you want everyone else to have a good story. And I think that's a good way to look at it. It's a cooperative story building experience, roleplay, in my opinion. We mentioned Progeny before, and now I just remembered, build a story collaboratively. If anyone that's played in Progeny knows that vibe. But yeah. Thanks, y'all. I want to say just the group is amazing. That's all. That's what roleplay really does.
Adopt your lonely our peers, everyone.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Okay. Well, let's move on to the next question. I will. Oh, sorry. Who? Oh,
I was wondering if I could give a quick introduction for Rainbow. I know they're
yes,
not here, but
absolutely, absolutely. You go for it right now.
Awesome. Yeah. So I just thought I would say I want to give a quick shout out / introduction to my dear friend and partner in crime, Dr. Rainbow. They couldn't make it here today, but they're in the chat, so make sure to say hi to them. They were super cool. We did many crimes together. We had a sort of twin dynamic as mad doctors. Oh, well, I was more of a surgeon, but they were focused on deconstructing the mind, and I was deconstructing the body as a surgeon. Shout out to patient 01 is the poor soul. But yeah, Rainbow is super cool. Their roleplay was insane. Their epilogue was also really cool with Briarose. Massive wins for Rainbow.
Rainbow is one of the best role players we have here, and it's really sad that they aren't with us because they're on holiday. The daft git. But seriously, what an amazing role player. Couldn't have been happier to spend my final days with them in the game.
Absolute cinema.
All right. Thank you guys, and shout out to Rainbow. You're awesome. Okay, I do want to put this out there. Y'all, it's been like 2 hours, and I don't think we've even gone through 10 questions. So I don't want to put like a cap on like how long we could talk, but I would recommend that if we want to get through all the questions, we should try to keep it brief. I don't want to stop people for answering questions, but yeah, I'll try to go through some questions that are like super short, or at least might have super short answers, and then we can do some longer stuff later. But yeah,
I'd say if we need, we can do like 2 people per question, and then we can kind of like go through, and then if we have time at the end, people can add on to like take notes of like what you want to add on to and stuff, and we can have time for that at the end if you know we want to keep going.
Yeah.
That's another option.
Someone else who couldn't be here today.
Ooh. Temp. Nurse Temp. Why do you have his head?
Don't worry about it.
All right, yeah. Oh, man. All right. Okay. Anyways, okay, yeah, so let's just try to kind of like keep the answering a little bit brief, just so that way we can make sure we get through everything. Okay. So, next question. Favorite cake flavor? Did revived people get cake? Does anyone want to give a quick answer to that? Or I can.
Blueberry.
Lemon blueberry? Okay.
Everyone just pop in. I like ice cream cake. I don't really care what.
I love ice cream cake. Cookies and cream ice cream cake, dude.
Cookie dough ice cream cake.
Oh my.
I never had that. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the classic ice cream cake.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will say I did try to give some of the residents cake, but then they got really sad when they couldn't place it on the floor.
Oh. Yeah.
Carolina light cake, but
We had no
More torture.
Yeah, I was gonna give them cake too, but also I didn't know that you couldn't place shit down. Also, we had just like no storage besides the prisoner contraband box, and that was like one chest. So, yeah.
At the cafeteria, but that was a bit of a ways away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
District scum didn't deserve cake.
Shut up.
We gave
Sorry.
a Solev advisor, or no, sorry, a Ministry of Truth member a cake on their birthday when they came to visit, actually. And then a Solev advisor was also there. We just gave them all cake. So that's pretty cool.
Right. Awesome. Thank you guys. I can definitely answer this one. And V, you could probably help me answer this one too. Did you guys actually offer therapy sessions, and what did they entail, or who were they for? Okay, well I can quickly go over this one. Yes, we did offer therapy sessions. I did therapy. I will not go into very specifics, obviously, because I'm not trying to catch a HIPAA case. But I specialized in mental health therapy. So what I would do is I would basically just talk with people, making sure that they were all okay, just reassured them that things are going to be okay, that their government loved them, that their nation really cared. And yeah, all that stuff. And then I know V was a big therapist as well.
I had actually just one therapy session and one failed one. The first one was, of course, I won't say who, but a very famous member of logistics came to me and said they couldn't do their job well, and I tried to convince them that they could do their job well, but they didn't believe me. So I told them to remove everything in them that doesn't serve Imperia, and they ended up concluding that what I said meant that they had to destroy everything in their way. So I don't know how that went for that person, But the other failed one was I tried to therapize Vice President Kaniri by the end, but I couldn't because they were too deep within themselves, and MLG and I had to go. So one failed therapy session and one successful one, but I wouldn't really call it successful because, well, I don't know. Their main conclusion was that they were going to destroy everything in their way. So yeah, we do therapy. I think we did. We did.
Yeah, definitely. Woo. Okay. Next question we have is, where was the MOH for the majority of the event? We rarely saw you.
In the hospital.
Beef. That's beef.
Yeah. So.
I was about to say, is that from? I shouldn't call out who I think that's from. Anyway.
Well, I mean, I don't know where everybody else was, but I will say, I was in the hospital a lot, and I was also down in the Project Phoenix labs. I don't know if anybody else,
Oh, Gemma, don't you mean dance class? Didn't you love practicing that one dance for waltz number 2? I think that was my favorite. I know Benevolence loved doing the dance routine. It was really fun.
Yeah, dance class. Yeah.
Strat was pretty fun, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has any input on that question.
I can give an overall answer knowing where everyone was most of the time. In the first few days, a lot of people were out in the districts, but after those first few days, it became very hard to get to the districts because, you know, there's always a purge happening or there is something else happening. So people getting out to districts became extremely hard. And, you know, the capital is big and you don't know where people are. So a lot of the time, people did just end up in the hospital or in the lab because they weren't allowed to get out of the districts, which was frustrating from minister perspective and someone who's trying to make sure players have the best time. But yeah.
So as an addendum to what... Oh.
No, you go here. I'm done.
Okay. I was just going to make it a little bit of an addendum to what Phonics was saying. There was a little bit of... There were a few things that were a little bit touch and go when it came to where we were going to end up being every day, every little... I see what you're doing, Ender Fox. You can go ahead and just reel me over there. Now, where was I? Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. For example, you know, we were originally supposed to be introducing people to the lab at around day 2. Instead, it was a little later than that, and we didn't get our revives going until around day 4. And so as a result, it was very much a bit of a black and white sort of, oh, you're out in the districts, oh, now everybody's in the lab sort of thing. It was a bit of a strange deal. But yeah, if you looked, you would have seen us, and we would have been pretty loud and proud about it.
All right. Anyone else want to add anything?
Maybe I can add in perspective from the Pulse Patrol, since we did actually go out in the districts and visited you guys. The only problem is that going back and forth from the districts takes some time. We did have our objectives every day. So, you know, like one day we were in snow, the next day we were in redacted district. But, you know, things happened, and that didn't make it easy to always be in every district and meet everybody. So for us, I think we were stuck in jungle for like 2 days. So yeah, like Squints already said, it wasn't easy for us to always be in every district and visit you guys.
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. So, okay. Yeah, we tried. We all wanted to visit, right, guys? We all wanted to go see everybody, right, guys? Yeah.
Wanted social interaction.
I did
Yeah.
have a great time with Jungle.
What?
So, I mean, I did like, you know, spill everything to Jungle. That was like, and
Oh yeah, you spent enough time there. You spent enough time there. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Next question. Let's see. MOH is so cool. Aw, thank you. We know. Just kidding. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. is the Ministry of Health under one of the Imperators, or were you your own separate department? So we were the Ministry of Health. I'm okay. Wait, guys. Guys, I may be stupid. What the fuck is an Imperators? What the?
Do
I
they
think-
mean like the person?
I think
vice president.
I think they're referring to a member of the trifecta, and that we would be, I guess.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Spood. Like he was
Well-
the one hyped up for us, wasn't he? And we never got
So-
to see him much. So.
I guess maybe as the first person to learn about the MOH in the MOH, I will say it was intended to just be a ministry. It wasn't really some kind of little sub office or sub branch of, I guess, the office of one of the trifecta. We were told originally that it would be a Spood who would kind of be our guy to go to, but in reality, we were just kind of part of the cabinet, which was most directly overseen by Solev.
Yeah, Solev ended up doing most of our. Why did everyone just stand up? Solev ended up doing most of our talking with us, mostly because I kind of bullied him into it, because he was like crashing out in chat once, and I just kept adding him. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
I don't know why
That's
the
creepy.
the jump.
Wait, no. Anyways, yeah, that's the answer. Is that it was supposed to be Spood. I even named a cat after him, but it ended up being Solev, and then really it just ended up being us having ourselves, depending on ourselves.
Shout out to Squins and Phonics, our best bosses. We would not have we couldn't have done it without them. They were the best. I think we can all agree on that. All right. Let's see. Next question. This one we can have personal accounts. So if you guys want to come up on stage for this one, were there any patients that left quite the impression? I know I have one, and we can try to keep it brief. But obviously, don't feel like you need to very rush. But yeah, we want to make sure we have time for everybody to speak and everyone to get through the questions. Okay. Cloud, go ahead.
I would have to say, like, I think Wesela was the person, like the resident that I talked to the most. They're very chill and very kind. And also, Deku. What the fuck? Why do I keep on saying it? Anyways, Deku. Low key, I was his biggest hater of this entire event. I mean the desert one. That's the real one. Everyone else is fakes, by the way. And when I found out he got revived, I literally screamed at the top of my lungs. I ran up the stairs, and then I think, who did I go to? I went to one of the nurses. I was like, who the fuck revived Deku? I didn't realize Giraffe Shoe was right next to them, so it's on stream now, recorded. So that's just great. Oh, and also Mayhem was cool. They won the Imperial Pacer test. And then we have Lucky Duck, who was our first revival resident. And yeah.
Yeah, potato, blue potato.
Yeah, so from the dentistry perspective, there were a lot of really great patients. I had to clean the teeth of like a cat person, had to clean the teeth of a goldfish. That was kind of difficult. But I think my favorite was on day 3 in the jungle. There's a clip of this floating around somewhere. I had this guy who had some really bad teeth, and so I handed him a toothpick that looked like this. And he picked it up and he just started gagging. I mean, he tried to shove it down his throat and he was choking like so hard. The commitment was genuinely insane. And that clip got posted, and for the next day or so, I had 2 or 3 people ask if I was quote unquote the pickaxe dentist, which was a pretty scary title. Yeah.
Queen. Okay, Phoenix.
Okay, so my favorite patient has to go to patient 01. Not Sunset was their name, or just Sunset, but they they may have been subjected to some very, very horrible experiments by me and Dr. Rainbow. May have killed them over and over and over and over again and brought them back every single time. We were attempting to find a cure, but you know, things happen. Things happen. Definitely my favorite patient.
All right, Sunset, my goat, of course. Dr. Pink.
Let me really quickly open my door so you guys don't hear the door loudly creaking in my room. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna say one of my favorites was one of my first. It was actually Spood. He came in, he wanted an appointment, he wanted a checkup. So I said, okay. I sat him down. If it was an ailment, he had it. But if you looked at a book of any possible ailment you could have, he had it. Our one course of action to solve this, we decided to take him to our MRI machine because we did have one in the hospital. Only problem with it, he didn't take off his armor. So when we were all in the lead-lined room, he kind of got sucked into the MRI machine and we kind of had to fish him out, but it's fine. He lived. You know, he had a good appointment. I didn't hear any complaints and he lived. It's fine. Everything's fine.
All right, Leo.
Well, so I have I definitely have a least favorite patient, but as for my favorite, I feel like unfortunately I didn't get to interact with them too often, but I do remember feeling really impressed with everybody that we revived and how they were reacting and how they, not everybody, but most of the people we revived, and how they were reacting and the way that they like role played being coming back to life, and just the way that they were getting along in the facility. And obviously I got to see a little bit of Yumi's revival, which was pretty awesome because that has been an incredibly clipped moment, was when Yumi was revived and reunited with Sidefall. That was really cool. But I will say that the most memorable for sure, which I'm sure you're going to talk about, was Happy Maxidents. And I love that was just very interesting. It was not like it was a happy moment, and I'll let you get into detail about it, but it was definitely the most interesting in my opinion. That showed a side of your character at least that I had never seen before, and that was really fascinating for sure.
All right.
Yeah, Nurse
Yeah.
Daddy. I just got to give a shout out to the first person that we revived, you lucky duck. It was honestly perfect the way that they reacted, and that was a big moment. It was the first person that we revived, and a bad person could have just like released all of the like wind from the sails. Like it wouldn't have like killed the event by any means, but like it would have been very anticlimactic. And the dude was perfect about it. He had the like perfect balance of skepticism and intrigue. And of course the name You Lucky Duck, we were able to make so many jokes just off of that. But they weren't too happy about it. In the chaos day, they hunted me down and tried to assassinate me. But other than that, they were the perfect person for us to do for the first revive.
All right, V.
Okay, so I was also gonna say Weselo, but since that's already been said, because Weselo has done so many big interactions during the entire resident building time, and we also MLG and I don't know if MLG is still watching this, but MLG and I also encountered Weselo during the epilogue when we were trying to help Dr. Rainbow, but we ended up staying behind. And we encountered Weselo, who was killed actually because of the effects of the Phoenix machine eventually, and we got to let him see the stars. But my next favorite like impactful patient yeah, the next impactful patient for me was actually not necessarily a patient, but he was one of the last person that were people that were revived, and when they spawned in after during the epilogue, they were just in the lab, and that was Fortsy. I think there's a clip of that somewhere of them just laughing. They're like doing such amazing role play of not wanting to be alive and just trying to get himself killed eventually. And they were just laughing about when we mentioned Solev, when Dr. Breyer mentioned Solev. So they were so cool, even though it was such a short time. It was such a cool RP moment with them, and we did end up killing him. We broke our Hippocratic oath, but we did end up killing him, and yeah, he was very impactful to us. To me, I don't know if MLG, yeah, yep.
All right, Squins.
I was originally going to shout out You Lucky Duck, and yeah, I'll just add on to that. I was so nervous before the first revive, and it really couldn't have been anybody better. Well, maybe there could have been, but I'd have been hard pressed to find one. This guy was absolutely fantastic. I have a feeling that Ish, whenever he picked him out, knew to some extent how that was going to go. I'd actually like to give a special shout out to every player who got revived that took the opportunity to really ham it up and really get into the roleplay whenever they were kind of spawned out of the machine. And, you know, keep in mind, the vast majority of revives were after a pretty huge leak whenever it came to Project Phoenix. And they still ponied up and went along with it, and that's fucking amazing. I've got to say, excuse my language. Besides those players and besides You Lucky Duck, I'd say one player in particular that I'd like to shout out would be the good old Ubby. Ubby was part of a little cadre of players that tried to lead a breakout out of the prison, and he along with, I guess, Yimmy, they were both pretty amazing in the roleplay that they engaged in. And another special shout out to Parm and Varak. I don't know if anybody had shouted them out. But yeah, Ubby actually exchanged some information with me in exchange for his freedom, which is pretty nice. Yeah, Parm, Varak, all the Bifrost people were also amazing.
All right. I will be brief and I'll pick my last go. So there were two actually. So first one I'll mention is the one that Leo had brought up, Happy Accidents. He refused the revival of the Phoenix machine, and he was very against, you know, following protocol. I was really annoyed. I'm gonna be real. Sorry, Happy Accidents, if you're watching this. Sorry, bro, but like that really annoyed me. Like at the time. Cause I was like, bro, you got one job, just go with the flow. But obviously, like, you know, I know that he wasn't gonna play for the rest of the event, so it was okay. Like, I get it. But yeah, just, you know, getting to scream at him was, you know what, not gonna lie, kind of baller. Also, like Pink had said, Zekor was probably one of my favorite residents. He was just cool to interact with. He told me after the event that he had developed sort of Stockholm syndrome, or at least he was starting to develop a Stockholm syndrome or something like that with me because of our interactions, which I thought was really fucking funny. I was like, damn, okay, what a king. But yeah, he's a good role player, and yeah, his story was cool. Phonics, I need to step away for just a quick minute. Would you mind taking over the next few questions?
Yeah, of course. Do you mind sending me a link to that in Discord just so I don't have to go find it because I didn't have it up just yet?
Yeah. One second. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, take your time. I was gonna mention something on that. Happy Accidents did actually end up DMing me, and apologizing about a lot of things because they felt really bad, I guess, about it because they had a different understanding to what we did. They were taking it from a very RP perspective. So while they didn't kind of go with the flow, they did it for a specific reason, which I find really interesting. And obviously there's a lot of things that came out of that caused me to have a bit of a crash out and a cry, honestly, after session. Very normal for me to have post-event cries, by the way, for anyone else that does that. I was just gonna make a mention of that. So real.
Okay.
But yeah, Happy
Yeah.
Accidents was awesome. Big appreciate them.
I did send the thing, by the way.
Cool.
Yay!
got
Okay.
it.
Okay. All right. I will be right back, but you guys get this
Take your
awesome angle of everybody.
Alrighty, we're up to so the next question I have here is, if y'all had been given the time/chance to be more evil, did y'all have any specific evil plans in mind or anything evil in general y'all wanted to do? I feel like we had a similar question, but did anyone want to come up and add something to that? Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like Phoenix is up here. It makes sense. Did anyone else? I definitely have an answer. All right. We'll try get through this. Okay, Phoenix. How evil did you want to be?
Oh boy, oh boy. I wanted to be so evil. And really the main thing was time constraints. But I
Mhm.
did get to kill a lot of one person. I would have liked to kill more people in general. I would have liked to do more very unethical surgeries, experimenting on people. At one point I even thought it would
Yep.
be kind of funny. Cut off someone's head and replace it with a pumpkin using like a cursive binding pumpkin.
Mhm.
Didn't get to do that, unfortunately, but that would have been real funny. But overall, just like
Agreed.
more torture, more torture. I gotta do a good amount of torture, but it's never enough. It's never enough. Never enough.
I agree.
But yeah,
Mhm.
it's very evil. Very evil.
I love that. I love that. That's a base response. Cloud.
My God, I'm so mad we didn't get to do anything from the WoodDaddy experiment list. Specifically the Milgram experiment and the trolley problem are fucking classics to experiments. Like, we didn't even get to do that. I mean, we got to do the fitness gram pacer test, but that's so small compared to the shit we're gonna do. And people are calling us evil for the things this person did. SMH. For real.
Yeah. Actually the WoodDaddy list is a great mention because I remember reading that and WoodDaddy literally messages me and says, "I swear I'm not insane."
No, because we literally had the same idea, like the Milgram experiment. I was like, yo, I was just thinking, if we're doing an experiment list, that has to be on it. And WoodDaddy was like, yeah, we already have that.
You know, we could probably release that somewhere. That's a base document.
Yeah.
Great mention. Great mention. Thank you, Cloud.
And then, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, please go. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Also, once the MOH, like, once it like Imperia fell, like all the loyalists, we have an idea to remake the lab and destroy Project Lazarus. But unfortunately, both of those plans crashed because we didn't have enough time. First of all, we couldn't build that so fast, and we don't have really builders. And then Solev's head got burned, and he was the main guy who was like who we were gonna revive. And then finally, Project Lazarus exploded themselves. I think it was because of the event staff or someone exploded it. So yeah, but yeah, that's all.
Yeah, Cry literally said, "Well, joke's on you. We blew it up ourselves." So beautiful. Thank you so much, Cloud. Dr. Briarose.
That was so. Fun fact for those who don't know, when I heard that we were actually considering doing a lot more brutal torture, I was sort of thinking. I started throwing some ideas to the team after that day, not because of anything particular. I was just like, well, if we're gonna do it, might as well just go completely wild with it, right? Like, you know, roleplay maximum. And my suggestion that I gave to them was cut the legs of the tendons of the patients and make them crawl across the room back and forth. You guys were lucky I was the good guy.
That's so fun. I want to do that.
So I guess to
Yeah,
add
I
on
think
to
being
what
evil's fun. Yeah,
Oh,
Pink.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're so fine. You're so fine. I was gonna say to add on to what everyone else has been saying with the fun WoodDaddy doc. I know. I think like a day or two before the event started, him and I discussed in a call, and I was like, I want to help you come up with more. He was gonna be like the mad scientist, and I was gonna be the one to like try to hold him back from going too far, but kind of just be like yes, good research. The kind of person. But
Not
my
holding you back.
favorite, I think, it was actually one of the ones we had listed that wasn't a just like execution method one. And correct me if I'm wrong, WoodDaddy, feel free to chime in. We had one where I think it was like the like student like teacher where we were going to have somebody like kind of voice act. I think like Nick actually was one of the people that would like wanted to do this.
That was the Milgram experiment one, but yeah, you could probably go into more details in case someone doesn't know what that actual experiment that happened in real life, by the way, kind of messed
Oh
up.
yeah. I can
what
kind of
that
give
is.
like a little rundown. If you want to chime in and explain it a bit better, go for it, because I know that's when you came to me with. But basically we'd have somebody kind of like behind a wall, kind of like acting a bit. and the actual resident in question would be the one that would be the teacher, if I'm not mistaken. I'm kind of like stumbling here, remembering. I think you presented it really well. So if you want to come up with WoodDaddy and explain, by all means.
Oh god, okay. I will. You know what? I will read off word for word what I had in the list. So
Okay.
the
Can you
patient would
read?
be deemed the teacher. The teacher will be told that there is a patient in another room that is the quote unquote learner. The learner will be a member of the health team who is in on the procedure. The teacher will ask some questions of the learner. When the teacher or when the learner incorrectly answers, some will be answered incorrectly intentionally. The teacher will be prompted to reprimand the learner. So the plan was to like set up a dispenser that had arrows in it, so it looks like they're shooting arrows at the learner, and whoever the learner is would basically just be role playing and acting out like they're getting hurt, and then telling the person, so they'd be in like voice shot of each other and be like, dude, if you do it one more time I'm gonna die, and then they get the question wrong, and it's just to see whether or not the person would press that button to what they would think kill the person. And like I said, this was like slightly different, but this was an experiment that happened in real life. And definitely messed up, and it's one of the more like it's just a completely psychological one. But that is
Yeah.
yeah.
Amazing.
Not my
Beautiful.
proudest work.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely not no sadism here. All right. Sam, this is because we'll get
As a treat.
As a treat.
Hello, hello. So yeah, evil things were definitely taking place in my mind. But one that kind of happened or didn't happen. I had the Zekor execution plan, which didn't come to play. Unfortunately, I told 4 of the inmates that if they did not kill Zekor or find a way to do it, one of them would be executed instead. This led to all 4 of them not logging in the next day. So none of them came back out of fear, which is not the intention.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
Yeah, I was running around like, wait, nope. I had Shadow and Fly trying to find them, and like, wait, there's not here. And only Zekor logged in, who actually escaped while we were doing our icebreaker.
Yeah,
but
people escape during
yeah,
our
that
icebreaker.
was unfortunate. But the idea was I was going to have them all in the room explaining that they'd failed, and they were going to have to pick the person who should be killed in the group of 4. And the person they picked, I was going to give a sword to and have them kill the other 3 and let them live. And that's my plan.
Awesome. I love torture. Woo! All right,
Yeah.
Squins.
Torture is pretty amazing. Anyway, as I was going to say, this may come as a surprise, being as evil as I was, but I wish I could have been even more evil. For starters, I wish I could have interacted with the residents a bit more often. And yeah, amazing quote, by the way, true. I wish I could have interacted with the residents a bit more and been an intimidating presence. Actually, quite alike to how Phonics was on the final day with little trips to rooms 101 and 102. Those would have been nice. What's more is that
I only got to do 1. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, poor Durapchu. Anyway, to continue just a bit, there was actually a plan for me to potentially be tried and executed for my crimes. Although that kind of fell through on account of a little bit of miscommunication between myself and the rebels, and the rebels and the rebels, as well as the fact that it just didn't really jive with my character or what Imperia was doing. And yeah, it would have been really cool, and I would have been like the most wanted criminal on the server for, effectively running a slave labor black sites for the government. But that's neither here nor there. There would have been a lot of aura. When it came to actually killing people, though, I got to do that pretty often, so that was nice. That was evil.
Yay! Evil. Awesome. Well, yeah, we can see we're all very evil and all very nice, okay? Imperia cares is really the thing there. I think I just wish that, to add on to what everyone said very briefly, I wish that I had I wish that I'd got to do any torture. I really actually didn't get to do a single bit of torture to anyone, and I was really excited to do like my anime girl voice, like lock someone in a room and just give them anime girl voice, like, and just like lock them in there and give them no choice but to listen to it. I really wanted to like just make someone have to sit through. I'm just really excited to, you know, torture people and make sure that they really suffer. Sounds really fun, guys. Hi. Yeah, so I was really excited to do that.
My goat.
Because yeah. But we didn't. And everyone's like, that's worse than Deku. And I will do that one event. I promise you. But yeah. So that's probably it. But yeah, thank you everyone. Does anyone else have anything to add before we move on to the next question?
I have one more
Wait,
thing because
can-
I forgot to say something.
Oh yes, please.
We had contraptions planned. Oh, wait, who's going?
Someone's buying.
Oh, okay. God damn it. All right. Yeah, we had some contraptions that we were potentially going to implement into rooms 101 and 102, but unfortunately, that did not come to fruition. Anyway, that's all I was gonna say. Take care, brush your hair, WoodDaddy. Unless that is just
I think he just.
or Wood Mommy.
Oh, Wood Mommy. Oh, bye, Wood Mommy.
Anyway, that's all I've got.
Wait, can I add something? Or well, can I request something?
Of course, no, go for it.
Wait, Squids, come back! Wait, you should do the Empyrean Grand Pacer test voice that you were gonna do.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, all right. The Imperia Grand Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity to. I don't actually know all the words, so I'm just gonna keep continuing. I'm gonna do the push-up version. We will now begin the push-up section. Ready? Begin. Down. Up. 1. Down. Up. 2. Down. Up. 3. And so on. Yeah. There you go.
Absolute cinema.
We love torture. Yes.
Local capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Lined up at the start. The running speed starts slowly but gets faster each minute after you hear this sound. Beep. A single lap should be completed each time you hear the sound. Ding. Remember to run in a straight line and run as long as possible. That's all I remember.
Oh,
How
no,
the
that's
fuck do
great.
you even remember
No,
that
it's
much?
fantastic.
I did it as a kid.
All right.
So many times.
Let's go on to the next question. Otherwise, we're never gonna get through questions. All right. How many people in MOH knew about Project Phoenix? I feel like Squins and I can answer this one overall, maybe. Squins, I'll leave it to you.
All right. How many people in the MOH knew about Project Phoenix? Eventually, everybody did, though. At first, before the event, it was just me. It progressed from me to Phonics to the Benevolence Division to a couple of other units. I keep forgetting which order it was done in. It was honestly done pretty arbitrarily. Well, not that arbitrarily. There was some regard given to what they had done in the previous days. Because, you know, for example, I wanted some units to actually have some social time if they weren't in there. I think Cloud may get it. Eventually, Pulse Patrol was let in on it just because I figured why not, and Project Phoenix was a bit of an open secret anyway. But eventually, yeah, everybody in the Ministry of Health knew about Project Phoenix. I think it's quite a miracle that we managed to keep it secret for as long as we did. But, you know, we did our best to make sure it was kept secret for as long as we could really muster, and that's why a lot of people only really learned about it until we were well underway. So, yeah.
Yeah, there was also a lot of things about like what teams we were going to introduce and when, and Squins and I had a lot of discussions out of game about that. But yeah, sorry, what were you going to say, Jufil?
I was just gonna say, yeah, like the districts really did not know shit. I'll just put it on stage. The districts did not know anything. It really, like, you should have seen. I don't know, Phonics, if you've seen the footage yet, but that's the Cryos revelation speech to the jungle. Like, the reactions were abject horror. Like abject horror, complete. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, you honestly all should see it when I get the chance.
It's what we
It
wanted.
was such. It was such a good moment because it really was just like, they were trying to kill Spood that entire day. The
Yeah.
jungle just wanted to leave and kill Spood, and they weren't considering staying with loyal to Imperia. And then Project Phoenix shattered any attempt to want to stick with Imperia afterwards because it was just like, oh yeah, no, these guys need to die.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's really good. In terms of MOH, we definitely kept it pretty tight knit until the very end. But that was mainly because time constraints. There were certain teams that we didn't even want to introduce, but we kind of didn't have the capacity to do that. It would have been fun to roleplay that, but yeah.
I think keeping it tight knit as we did right until that final day was the best thing we could have done because it meant that when it did hit, it hit like a brick.
Oh no, absolutely,
Which
it
is
was
actually
awesome.
what it should have been. So I'm glad I was
yes.
I was able to handle that, considering just God how much fucking metagaming there was.
It's real for real. The next question actually we'll go to because it's a good one to lead into. How did MOH interact with the other districts?
Ooh, I can kind of do a part here. Let me get up. Okay.
I was about to say, if anyone wants to pop up, we'll try to keep it brief because I feel like we're not going to get through any questions at this rate.
I think we're speeding by a good amount, which is nice. And yes, okay, anyways, to interact with the districts, so ultimately what we aimed to do is that we aimed to show the citizens lots of love, kindness, and care. That was our purpose. That was what we were there for. We showed it in a variety of different forms. I mean, come on, we literally went out into the districts and threw you guys food. Like, I mean, we treated you guys so well. Like, we treated the citizens so well. We treated our fellow government members so well. That was our thing. And I think that in general, with all the districts, we were just super kind, wholesome, and smiley. And I think that we are just so awesome. That's all I got.
Yeah, in terms of Cloud, I love that, Joel. Thank you, Cloud.
Wait, what? Sorry,
How did we interact with the other ministries?
Oh yeah, with the other ministries or districts? I heard districts.
Did I answer? Did I read the question wrong? Hold on. With the other branches of government.
Oh, okay. For
Oops.
us, for me, honestly, I didn't really interact with anyone besides actually, no, that's a lie. I interacted with Ministry of Truth a lot. Like as I said before, we were there when Madsby died, and we were mourning together. And then on top of that, Ministry of Logistics, I oftenly went to the armory in the capital, and I asked them for books and clothes a lot, and they were really nice, and they always led me to there, even though I would get lost in there all the time. Ministry of Defense, I didn't really interact with. Honestly, I was scared of them. Imperial Guard, I was also scared of them because I remember I think I talked shit in front of them. Like I mumbled it, and then they were like, "Who said that?" I was just completely silent. So yeah, that's all I think.
That's awesome. I love that. All right, Squins.
Yeah, so as far as how we interacted with the other ministries, I'd say, well, we were the rawest department, so I guess suffice to say, we kind of didn't have a system down before the event began, while many other ministries did, and as a result, we kind of had to jostle our way into certain duties, just to make sure we had something for our nurses to do. It was a pretty funny, I guess, routine every day where we would go like, "Hey, you guys okay with us doing this?" They would go, "Oh, yeah, sure. I thought we were going to do that though," and rinse and repeat. But other than that, a lot of the ministers were actually quite lovely. Whenever we communicated with them. In fact, I don't think I can come up with an example of a specific minister being, I don't know. Maybe I can, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, they were by and large fantastic, I've got to say.
Rizzy.
Speaking for the Pulse Patrol, I mean, of course, we did talk to Ministry of Intelligence, but besides that, I think we were like a jack of all trades when it came to like working with all the other ministries. We did in fact also help out the peacekeepers a lot when things were getting heated. Especially because of Redacted District and some other district where they had to relocate some peacekeepers. So in fact, Pulse Patrol did actually do wall duty in jungle. So that was fun as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a little
No,
bit of everything, to be
awesome.
honest.
Mm-hmm. I think you're a good example of this, and what I was going to say, you know, how we interacted with other sections of government. Obviously, we had you guys from Ministry of Intelligence, which Squints and I knew from the start that y'all were obviously from Ministry of Intelligence. So we had a very interplay there originally, and so you guys were out a lot because we just wanted to let you guys go do whatever you needed to do as Ministry of Intelligence. Other ways that I personally interacted, I had a lot of calls and such with Alt, our lovely Second Lady, as well as a Ministry of Truth Minister. So I had a lot of fun with that and getting to talk to her. Unfortunately, as I think Cloud mentioned, we never really got like an article out about, you know, them coming in for like appointments and stuff, but that was something I wanted to do, but event just didn't kind of have the time for it. Ministry of Defense, I mean, we ended up, I know like when I went out to districts, I had some guards. Yeah, super fun interactions. We definitely, as Quinn said, were thrown in and kind of had to just push ourselves into certain interactions and just be like, y'all are gonna deal with us now. Hey. As they should. We're great. So yeah. Awesome. Anyone else want to say anything before I move on to the next question?
I will say, my relationship with the Ministry of Truth was very lovely. My wife was in it. My wife was the minister.
Yes, my wife is also the minister. Yes, my wife as well. Yes.
I fucking love Alteria. Alteria.
Everyone loves Alteria. That was a good moment to stand up there. Damn. Good job. Everyone stand
Alteria
up for
lovers,
Alteria.
stand up! Stand up for the first lady. Anyways.
Also, I want to say,
I mean,
I'm the number
I hid
one
it in her office.
Imperators fan.
Wait, who? I'm sorry. Who's talking?
Wait, what was that?
No, I was saying I'm the number one Imperators fan, which is the
Oh my god, a Puritan!
I have totally real figurine of them in my office in the Phoenix lab.
Yes, Imperia.
I mean,
I have
Hold
Captain
on.
Imperia socks.
Yes, Captain Imperia as well. Yes.
Well, in terms of the Ministry of Truth, I hid in their office while I was escaping. So shout out to the Ministry of Truth's office. That one's pretty cool. I like that.
There
I
you
like
go.
that office. They
I
have nice
think I
interior
saw
decoration.
someone. I think someone said. I think I might have seen Madsv, the deputy minister, say that office didn't get used. So I'm glad it did. I feel like they'd be happy to know.
It was me. It was me hiding in the office and realizing, oh fuck, I'm in this stupid office. Why did I hide here?
That's amazing. No, perfect. All right, we'll move on to the next question. Amazing answers, Romo. Thank you. Oh, okay. Besides Briarose, were there any other turncoats in the Ministry of Health? Can I get actually? This is a fun little thing. Can I get everyone who turncoated up on the stage right now?
Oh, not me. Oh, girl, not me. Hang on. Ooh, let me.
I was about to say,
No. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way.
being punched on stage.
Yeah. Amazing. And this question was from Jujune, so I will mention them specifically. Very good question. And can I get all of you to we'll go from dealing. Can I get you to mention anyone from that you interacted with that is not here and say who else that you know of that isn't here? Go for gold dealing.
Oh gosh, that requires me to remember things.
Just say one name. Rely on everyone else if you need.
I know for a fact MLG was considering it, but he wasn't available for the last day of the event. But I feel like if he had been able to be there, he probably would have joined us. I know Leo probably would have been with me had he lived long enough. There's probably several others as well who I wasn't aware of their character storylines, but a lot of us in the end kind of were either for the Ministry of Health or just completely against everything.
Yep. Perfect. V? Oh, Me there?
Hello, hello.
Hello, I can hear you now. Yes.
Dealing pretty much said all I think are MLG is one of the main. We were with him for epilogue, and he basically said that if he was there for day 6, he was gonna defect as well. And since staff let him TP to us in Project Lazarus by the end, that pretty much confirms that he did defect as well and went with me and Briarose. And Surge is here because yes, although he does not admit it, he did defect, but he died too. He died before he could do it fully. So yeah, Surge, come here.
Yeah, I was about to say Surge.
What's the full question again?
Other than Briarose, who else defected from Ministry of Health?
Yeah, I mean, I assisted in V defecting, but I technically did die to a rebel. Only
I would say you defected, yeah, from what
I
I've
defected
seen.
from Imperia, but I was still loyal to the Ministry of Health, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
It was kind of no. Hey, you assisted in that too. You helped. You were providing information. How?
Potato is
Blue
being
is
very
the only.
convenient.
If you think
Yeah.
about it, Blue is the only abnormal one out of all of us in the Band-Aid Brigade who stayed firm with his beliefs. So
That's true.
technically, Blue, you're the odd one out here.
He did not kill me
I
on the final
respect
day.
it.
He did not kill me on the final day, and I was able to convince him to work with Lazarus. So, Blue, you should be up here as well.
I think not killing someone isn't necessarily it. But yeah.
Convincing
We'll go on to the next. Is there anyone else that you can think of, Durfield, that isn't up there who technically defected?
Charm would also be up here because Charm reunited with her lovely wife and left Imperia to go and do so. So honestly, Charm is the real winner from this event.
I
to be
felt
honest.
so bad not including Charm in the conversations for escaping.
They were so
They were so scared. We didn't know if they were gonna escape or not. But then, she has a wife. We forgot she has a wife. So
Also, I could theoretically have brought Rainbow up here. That's a good point, Phoenix. Yeah, fuck you. I got the You died. So I was able to emotionally heart and mind them onto our side. Anyway. Also maybe Suzuki.
I was just about to add on to that actually, for my little segment. I got Suzuki to kind of like listen. I guess like the last order I would have given to her was to comply with the surrender, because my mindset was okay. At first, I wanted to blow up the machine. I kind of wanted her to live. You know, it could have stalled. Maybe some of the rebels could have died. I think I was kind of conflicted if I cared or not at that moment, but I was just like, I'll blow it up. If I die with it, I die with it. I want Suzuki to live. You know, I might have just condemned most of the squad to death. If I can save anyone, I wanted to save her. So that was kind of like the plan. It didn't like play out that way, but you know, like we made it out. We got separated in the end, actually. So that's kind of an interesting story bit there. But yeah, shout out Suze.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll read out. Nurse V actually sent a little summary, so I'll read it out for everyone in Twitch. But Dealing, Surge, MLG, V, Charm, Suzuki, and I believe Rainbow was saying that they did not turncoat, so I'll boycott that one. And Pink were all the other ones. So yeah. But yeah, that's
half turncoat.
Half yeah, depends. It in character, it really depends how you look at it from an outside perspective, of course. Like I know, like you can feel different ways about different people from an outside perspective, obviously, and in character and out of character and all that fun things. But yeah. All right, thank you so much, everyone, for that question. We'll move on. Jevil.
Okay, I'm gonna rapid fire some really easy questions, real quick, just to clear our pool. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of the most recent ones that we got, because a lot of those are pretty easy. Okay, is WoodDaddy bald? I think we all know the answer to this one. Yes. Yeah, it goes without saying. Yeah. Ooh.
These are ears, not hair.
All right, let's go. Let's get off the stage. All right, thank you. Pink Winks 10. Cacto is mine. Can I have your kidneys?
No, okay, I'm getting up on stage for this one real quick. Okay. First off, my organs are mine. No one's getting anything. Second off, if anyone dares to try to take Cacto away, I will have you know I worked in the ministry. Why are you fighting me? I don't want anyone to take Cacto away. I'll kill whoever tries.
Oh, this shit's depressing, y'all. All right, what's your favorite bug? Everybody, what's your favorite bug? Anyone?
That's a great question.
I like butterflies.
Centipedes are crazy answer.
Ooh, Actually, I don't know. What's my favorite bug?
Great question.
I actually don't know. I don't really like bugs that much. But I guess if I had to pick one, it'd be butterflies. I like butterflies. They're so pretty. It's so pretty and nice.
Can we just like shout out WoodDaddy's response? Does phonics catchy bugs me all the time? Excuse you.
Excuse.
I'll hit him with a stick later. It's okay, Phonics.
Look,
Emma.
moths, consider they're very fluffy. I can cuddle them.
Aww. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one's specifically for Leo. What district would you say is your favorite and least favorite?
I know who sent that. Actually, my favorite district was probably Can you stop? Sorry. My favorite district was probably desert. Because it was really fascinating to see the way that the beach had their plot happen. What? And it was very cool. I like that a lot. My least favorite district was honestly probably snow. I'm a hot take. I am a Bifrost hater. I have a lot of friends in Bifrost, but I didn't like the way that they decided to do things. It felt very strong army and very generic in my opinion. But they had a lot of really interesting things going on in snow, so I can't say that I hated them, you know. But I do definitely think that the beaches plot made district my favorite. Made the desert district my favorite to me. Yeah. The clock tower was crazy too.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
Also, a lot of friends in that district, so I feel you.
All right. Oh, actually, actually, this is a question for everyone. What district is your favorite? What district is your favorite district? Jungle. Desert, snow, jungle. No, shut up. Okay, we got a lot of different answers. Wow, the capital is I mean, I guess technically, right?
I mean, I was originally gonna be a smart ass and say the capital, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I have to say snow because that's where my wife is from. So.
Yes.
Dare compare us to the districts. Disgusting.
All right, you know what? Let's go to the WoodDaddy question. Was WoodDaddy hired out of pity? The answer is yes. This guy's a bitch.
Hold on.
Holy shit!
I'm sorry.
Whoever asked that, you're based. You're based.
1 second. First of all, whoever asked that, not based. And the answer is kinda.
I was gonna say,
I might have been a recommendation from God. I don't think it was out of pity though, but
that was pity.
I could.
I was ready to just straight up deny it. I'm gonna be honest, but okay.
See, I feel as if my application was good. And
he did make an app.
Think,
he did make an app.
Yes, I made an app, and it was a legitimate app, and it was not pity. It might have been because I was just the best person to ever do it, you know? Okay.
You called me a good boss once. Don't forget that, okay?
Yeah, I lied.
Wow. You said that like day 2. Messed up.
So yeah. So he was kind of and kind of not. Yeah. He did make an app and his app was good. I can say that. And I I will say I was very impressed by WoodDaddy, Pink, and Suzu because obviously I knew I'd heard of all of them from previous events, and I was very freaking impressed by all of their roleplay, and I would want to play with them in every event. Like they are amazing. Like
I want to play again with you. You're awesome. All of you are awesome. All of you give yourselves a pat on the back. This ministry was just awesome to
It
play
was.
in.
It was
I
very
love to
awesome.
chill. I was so anxious at first because I'm socially anxious as heck, but you're all awesome.
No,
it was
you're
such, like,
awesome
an
to have on
awesome...
the team.
Yay!
You're all awesome. Everyone's
Anyway,
awesome.
anyway, WoodDaddy, this
Until
is
you
revenge for the
betrayed us.
This is the revenge
Do
for the
it.
trees in 2.5.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm
next
so
next question.
Next question.
Okay, let's see. Wow, this one. Wait, hang on. I gotta read this one in a voice.
Oh yes.
Why did you do it? Why revive everyone only for them to die right in front of the people we loved most?
Did the writer of this question not understand the purpose of this project? We had broken the shackles of humanity! And what? They're spitting in the face of our research?
Guy gets
Tell
it.
Phoenix, tell them.
Exactly.
backed him up.
Exactly. See, the truth is, living is more important than all of that. It's not about death. The death doesn't matter if you can just come back. Live an eternal life that is infinitely better than death. It doesn't matter if they die and come back as long as ultimately we can bring them back forever. Over and over. And of course, the machine, it wasn't perfect. There were issues, withering, nausea, blindness, but no machine is perfect. Over time, if we had the time, we could have fixed all of that. But you want to know what? There were some loose elements that made it a little difficult.
You will bleed for what you did to them.
Oh, I did. But it's okay. I'll come back.
You always do. And I'm gonna fail execute.
Alright.
I didn't want to do it.
Okay,
I
well, you
didn't want to
have
do
to.
it.
Yeah.
I kind of did, but I realized it was wrong.
B?
So I don't know if anyone has seen. I've made multiple tweets about it and made even a TikTok about it. But for those who don't yet know about like the actual, no, I made a TikTok about why the Project Phoenix was founded in the first place, and it was about Solev because I was allowed to say that. The main reason for other viewers out there that Project Phoenix was there and why the Ministry of Health had to kill people over and over again and then revive them and then they die again was to perfect the Phoenix machine so that Solev, the President Solev, could revive his dead daughter. And that was basically the entire reason why the Project Phoenix was created. So it's just at the end of the day, this is me as V, not as Nurse V, but this is me just saying, come on guys, he was just a dad who wanted his kid. Like, come on. I'm sorry, Jofia. Sorry, Jofia. Like, he was just a dad who wanted his kid. He had incredibly good hair. And, if it came for the cost of 1,000, a daughter will always be a father's undoing. And that's all I have to say if Phoenix is agreeing with me. So now I'll get back to my seat. Okay.
Cloud, would you like to say something?
You will be a corpse.
Oh.
I'm not gonna wait. I kind of what was the question again? I forgot.
The question, I don't want to read it in the voice again, but why did you do it? Why revive everyone only for them to die right in front of the people we love most?
Oh yeah, I remember my answer. Basically, Sealy, there wasn't supposed to be side effects. We didn't know there was gonna be side effects until Ish was like, oh yeah, there are no side effects because we don't want people being permanently revived. And yeah, I low-key, yeah, my character kind of thought it was kind of fucked up, but you know what? In the name of science, we brought them back. It's not that bad. Yeah, that's all.
Right.
Science rules.
Yes. Anyone else want to answer?
I mean, I can say in terms of like what I had understood about the project, and Squins can probably correlate to this. We were under the impression that it was to keep the trio alive, give them infinite life. So they were meant to be powering up this machine to keep them alive. What the in-game reason I told everyone was to power Imperia. So when I gave my I know a few of y'all had my lovely tour of the facility. I would say this is to power Imperia. This is to keep us running. It's necessary. They must be productive, So it was kind of justifying that suffering, that sadness, that pain with the fact that if they don't keep working, if they don't keep being productive, Imperia will fall. So yeah, that's kind of what my understanding of it was. I don't really know if the I guess the children thing. I kind of didn't know about that until after events, so I don't really know. But fun.
Oh, I knew. It just wasn't really deemed relevant to what we were actually doing.
Yeah.
I will say, yeah, in lore, I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say something there. Crap.
The daughter revival?
No, I wasn't gonna say anything about like the daughter revival or anything like that, but yeah. It would have just been to, process the resources sent in from the districts and make sure that the trifecta stay alive and can attain immortality so that if they die, we could just bring them back whenever we want to and do so, ideally without the side effects that's afflicted so many of our residents.
So, wait, does that mean that Briarose was actually obviously this whole thing with the children was afterwards, but she was totally right on the mad god thing then. That was correct.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
that was just my understanding. That was given to me by Solev before the event. Oh yeah, Solev and Shabood. In regards to what the actual machine was for, what the machine was actually for. Excuse me.
That actually makes the speeches so much cooler, I will say, because that's literally what we were saying at the end: death to the mad god. So that's actually awesome that was kind of that. You know what I mean? Even if there was obviously that tragic fate behind it.
All right. Cool. This actually kind of goes into a little bit what V said. This next question: did y'all know about Solev's daughter, or was it a secret? I think I can speak for most of us. A lot of us just didn't know. I don't even think it was.
I didn't even know.
I think that it was an out of character lore drop. I don't even think it's canon. I think he had mentioned it's not really canon. It's just kind of like a reason. I don't.
He had it in a book. He had it in a book right before he died.
Okay, I thought he had mentioned it wasn't canon, but I could be wrong.
I feel like Squins was that something you knew about before event?
No, not before the event.
Yeah, okay. I feel like it's potentially something that kind of was created during an event. I don't know.
I mean, there was the actual book in game, but I don't know. I thought Solev had said in Discord it's not really part of. I think it's more so it's not that it's not canon, but it's not part of the story. I don't know how to really put it, but yeah, it's flavor, I guess. But I don't know. I guess take it how you want it. All I know is that Solev and Alt do not have a daughter named Victoria in real life, so yeah.
Yeah, I think sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. But yeah, as Squin said, it wasn't something we knew about, and then I'm not sure, but I don't think it was. I think it became something that was kind of added in mid-event. It wasn't originally part of the plan, so it's technically canon, I think.
Well,
the art is still relevant.
Sure.
I will say, according to Kelemempar, the book was in there the entire event, so I don't really know. Okay. I mean, unless it just, I don't know. Again, I thought that Solev had mentioned that it wasn't really canon, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
He did say that like the book was lost. So he literally in his journal right before he was swarmed by the hundreds of men trying to kill him, he wrote his final thing and he wrote about Victoria in the book. It's just I don't think anyone got it or read it or something. No one picked it up. So he technically did things in character with that book. It's just that not necessarily we wouldn't have known even after the rebellion concluded.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I think Cloud is probably kind of spot on with that. I think it probably was canon to the event, but won't be canon to like the video, like that kind of thing.
Also, yeah, that is a big thing. A lot of
Yeah.
different things for
Yeah.
video versus what we consider canon and event, and yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. But okay, that's good for clarification. Thank you. But anyways, let's see. Let me go to another question. I'm just gonna get this one out of the way because it might be a little long. So I would like this one to be a little bit brief, but it does kind of ask for a lot. What was your opinion on each district and its government members, including the capital? Does anybody want to just briefly go over that one?
I mean, in character, I think it's really hard because like you don't really end up knowing them much other than what you hear. So I know like personally, like, you know, Fortsy, like you just hear so much stuff, but you don't really know anything. You know, you hear of Zekel's betrayal. You hear of these things, but like I know MOH was pretty sheltered, at least personally. Like I didn't really interact. Like I know like Ministry of Truth, I loved them in character because they were very much for us, and so yeah, that's probably my take.
Okay. Fire.
Absolute jungle. That's it.
Yay! Squint, did you?
Jungle.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, sorry. Squint. I'll let Squint in a sec. Jungle was amazing. Their roleplay was fantastic. There were so many cool moments with Jungle. The reason I ended up starting the turncoat was due to me and Cryo saving Jungle people right before the Purge, which Squins gave me authorization for with the roleplay. Because thank you so much for that. That was so much more interesting than what would have happened. That was really appreciated. So Squins basically gave me permission to make up bullshit excuses to get people to hide in their homes during the Purge. I then got caught by Cryo, who then was also having second thoughts, and that then started the whole thing with me and Cryo. Also, Jungle coming back, telling them everything. They were all really cool about it. I just think Jungle was awesome. Just fucking shout out to Jungle. Go on, Squids.
All right. Yeah, I had a pretty high opinion of each of the districts, just because I had friends in each of them. Oh my goodness, yeah, there were so many in each one of them. I have to say, I think my favorite one of the districts just barely has to be Jungle. I'm very much an absolute Jungle goon. Just because of the sheer volume of people in there that I knew and how crazy the atmosphere was. And I don't know. There was a... I don't know if I'm the social butterfly of the group, but I appreciate that nonetheless. Right, I keep forgetting that goon is a noun here, not... Never mind, I'm not going to finish that phrase. What else was I going to say? What else? It was your opinion on the districts, and there was something else. Oh my goodness, I don't want to like drag out the time. Now, I think I'm drawing a blank here. Yeah, I think that's all I've got to say for now.
All right. V, did you want to add something?
It's technically just the same. I love the jungle people. They build us a hut, like the Ministry of Health. They built a hut for the Ministry of Health. We didn't even have to do anything, and we really love the jungle people in terms of their role play and what they offered. I really enjoyed those the governor debate moments and even the governor candidates when they were put for the Purge. It was so cool. And also from the Snow District, shout out to the Hearth. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Let's move on to the next question. Okay. I'll just... Okay. What would you say is... What would you say is the number one thing that a latecomer to the stream should know? Because somebody was late to the stream, so... What would you guys say is something that they should know? Like, anything?
I'm a really wholesome guy and I did nothing wrong.
Jevel, can you repeat that question?
No, you're good. You're good. I just saw that you got a lot of subscribers, so thank you,
Yeah, I just
thank you to whoever.
WoodDaddy just gifted me subs, so just everyone bully him because.
That's so
Anyway, sorry, what was
nice.
the question?
All right, it's okay. Somebody said they just got here. So, what is the number one thing a late comer to the stream should know? Like, what would you guys say is the number one thing?
Surround yourself with good role players. If you want to role play and have fun, surround yourself with good role players. That's my take.
Ooh, wait, hang on. Wait, should I say something that might ruffle some feathers depending on who knows? Should I say? All right. The Ministry of Health and everything that we did will never be a B plot. That's all I gotta say.
You know what? I endorse.
I endorse. I endorse.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you that your plot is a fucking B plot for a self-entitled.
Oh, thank you, server. Thank you, server, for even responding. The server straight up responded too. Thank you. My goat. My goat.
I think the only other thing I'd want everyone to know is just that like this group genuinely had some of the best roleplay I've ever seen. I think we can all agree with that, and just like this group has genuinely been one of the best communities I've ever been part of in an event. And everyone here deserves so much love. And if this is the first thing you've caught in this stream, that's what you should know, is that everyone here is pretty fucking awesome. Sorry, I don't know if everyone else's streams like swearing. I should hold back my Australian. But yeah. Woo!
Phonics. Just say fuck. It's okay.
I do, I say it all the time.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Alright.
Also we're the
Alright.
A plot, by the way.
Yeah, we're the best plot.
Okay. Leo, stop dying. Get well soon. Anyways. Next question. Will anybody from the Ministry of Health make a YouTube POV video about their lore?
It's a great question.
I might. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
Because it sounded like we weren't allowed to.
Are we going
until,
up
like after the
for
video
these or
came
not?
out?
Oh.
Answer this or not?
Yeah, I guess if you plan on making a video or you want to make some sort of video, I want to come up on stage. Come up on stage if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, also, yes, the rule with that is that you can make videos, just if you post them before the video comes out, you cannot spoil stuff from the event. But I feel like a lot of stuff has been spoiled at this point, so yeah. All right, so I guess all of us want to do some sort of POV video, perhaps. Oh,
Animatic.
Oh, an animatic. Ooh, okay, okay.
A friend offered to work on an animatic with me for shipping a bottle for the escape and Headhunter. So I've already written half the plan.
Cool. Wait, no Phoenix until video comes out. Oh, I have so much time. I have so much time to work on a video. Woo! Anyways, thanks, guys. Thank you, Cryo. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, if I don't hold yourself, don't get too excited. 'Cause I don't know if I'll actually make it, but I mean, yeah. All right.
I intend to make a video.
We're gonna be forgotten.
It was
if
always
we don't.
planned to only come out after the after issues video, so I'm giving myself plenty of time.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like yeah. I'm glad that a lot of people want to make a video. And by the way, we will be doing a watch party. If anybody from Ministry of Health makes a video and posts it, we will be doing a watch party, by the way. Just let you know. Yeah, we will be glazing you. We will be telling you guys how awesome you are. Because you guys are all awesome.
Yes, that is very true.
Yes!
We always tell you you're amazing.
Yay! Okay, yes, sure, Kyle, you can get invited to the party. Okay, let's see. I guess this is a simple question. Would you like state events to be more roleplay based? I think this is a pretty easy answer for most of us. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I think a lot of us, I think I could speak for all of us when I say I think a lot of us really loved the roleplay of this event, and I can, again, as somebody who's played in State for quite a couple years, I love the roleplay in this event, and I would love to see more, and just the fact that people want to do this kind of roleplay is just amazing. So yes, if you ever play in a State event, or you know somebody that's playing in a State event, please, please roleplay. Don't be embarrassed, don't be ashamed, stick with people who will roleplay, because that shit is just amazing. Just, yeah, please, 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 please do it. You will stand out in the best way possible. Okay, let's see. What do you imagine your character doing after the canon events of this event? Well, I'm fucking dead, so I don't know if anybody alive wants to speak on it. If anybody alive would like to speak on it. Just
Sorry,
brief.
What was the question? I was.
So, what do you imagine your character doing after the canon events of the event? So if you would like, if you're alive, or I mean, unless you want to do something in the afterlife, but yeah, we'll do rapid fire. V.
Rapid fire. Considering I retcon day 9, my character is now out in the open, exploring the walls beyond Imperia and in Imperia, and they are living basically as a nomad, and they just want to learn how to actually do stuff like cloud watching. They haven't fully mastered that yet, but they will be. Yeah, that's it.
Woo! Shadow.
I think it'll make more sense if I'm able to make that POV video with like my backstory and everything. But I think after coming to terms and like being able to talk it out with some citizens, I think Nurse Shadow will be parading around, trying even like some sort of like political pamphlets or like sermons about how government and citizens can coexist.
All right, Rizzy.
Yeah, since I was one of the last loyalists and basically followed Squints up until the very end as the very loyal character that I was playing, I believe I would just be in our outpost in exile, like building it up, maybe recruiting a few more people and picking off some rebels in the process. Yeah, that's probably what's left for me to do.
All right, Phoenix.
Okay, so I did die, but I died a very violent death at the hand of the guy that I had tortured. Very poetic death, I suppose. And after the machine blew up, I kind of just lost it, and I was in a bloodthirsty rage. And so my final moments were spent like that, and now, as I enter the afterlife, considering that is completely against my worldview, and being dead is everything I stand against, I'm now forever a extremely vengeful ghost, and I can't see the afterlife as anything but an eternal hell.
All right, Pink.
Awesome ending.
Well, my character is going to have a lot of guilt knowing that most, if not all of her squad, but Suzuki, is dead or presumed possibly dead, or hates her. So, and she got separated from Suzuki at the end. So I think her first goal would be to find her, but otherwise, living with that guilt of just like knowing what she did and just kind of regretting it too late. Maybe we'll be a bit like, for any One Piece fans watching, maybe be a bit like Robin wandering the world. I think that might be how Dr. Pink kind of ends that off.
All right, Dearly.
At the very end of my event, I was helping V and MLG build a memorial to the people that had been lost during the events of everything during the Purge. I've sort of imagined that after all of that, since my partner, my doctors, my entire ministry is dead or otherwise missing, that I would be spending time helping people move forward. So taking after Dr. Jevel, doing therapy for people, helping them move on, making memorials, teaching people about what the ministry had done, meeting up with V and MLG for cloud watching, and just trying to help people find meaning and a new way forward.
All right, Jofiel.
There's two, I guess. There's the young canon one, which we took away, like I did with V, where Briarose dies, goes to heaven, and realizes her purpose was the chaplain of Imperia's death row. And there's the other timeline in which she spends much of her time basically just trying to work on the technology that Phoenix attempted to make in repairing Rainbow's arm. Bird, we absolutely need that awesome, like, we need to work on that, like, design of Rainbow with, like, the arm of wood and amethyst, because that's so fucking sick. But yeah, basically, it would be Rainbow and Briarose quietly working together in the cave, fixing up the damage that Rainbow is and has done. Occasionally going to see the jungle and all the people she used to care about in the Band-Aid Brigade.
All right, Squints.
Well, as one of the last remaining government members of Imperia, now as the vice president, I imagine our boy Squins would be, trying internally to justify everything that he had done. His life's work has been destroyed. He's gonna try and do it again very desperately. But he's probably going to live the rest of his miserable life with the consequences of brown nosing for the wrong person. But yeah, other than that, a silly little tomfoolery regarding just trying to get the materials for a new Project Phoenix in this delusional effort to bring Solev back, or I don't know, one of his former bosses.
Right, Blue Potato.
I'm with Squins and Rizzy in the Loyalist base, and deep in the jungle. I don't know why our minister here calls it delusional. Imperia never dies.
My fucking goat, bro.
True, I have no idea what I was thinking there.
All right, well, thank you guys. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Where are we? Let's see. Okay, if given the chance, would you or did you rebel, and why? I know that's kind of been gotten over. I know that people have gone over that already, but if anybody wants to add or kind of just say anything about it.
Repeat the question.
The question is, if given the chance, would you / did you rebel, and why? I mean, did anybody does anybody want to add anything to this? Because I know we kind of went over it before.
I didn't give. I'll say a bit that is a bit different, I guess. I didn't rebel, but I did consider it very heavily at one point, just mainly because of the lack of information that was provided. I was in a it felt very, very hard to get information just because of government structure, as you would expect from a government. Crazy. Who would expect? So I was very much at a very point in time at one point in the event where I was leaning two ways. Like I was either going to go full loyalist or full betrayal, like arc. And it's actually because a lot of other people betrayed that I ended up kind of staying loyal. Like I kind of just went full into it. And I'm glad that I did, honestly, as well as ending up with my doomed Yuri, which is the strangest thing for me to consider. And rubbish and our little love story that we kind of had. And yeah, I think it made for a much more interesting arc for my character. And I'm glad I didn't in the end, but I nearly did. Yeah.
All right. Cloud?
I think I might have rebelled, and I feel like at the end, like I was just so done with it. I kind of rebelled, but not fully. Like I never turned my back and went to the rebels, but I didn't go back to the loyalists, even though I was given the coordinates to the base, because I was just done with just sticking with a group because I couldn't do anything. I was kind of just like stuck with the group, and we would just like sit there for like the entire event day. I was like, I want to go see all these districts. I want to go talk to people. I want to actually like write a biography in my character's perspective, which I actually did get to do that. And that's mostly why I ended up killing off my character like that, because I feel like that was just like the best ending. I didn't want to rebel fully, but honestly, being with Imperia after the fall sucked because like it was mostly just PvP with Imperia after, because the Imperial Guard was going around slaughtering people. Black Battalion was doing that too. But yeah, we didn't really do much because half our plans got cooked.
Right.
That's all.
Leo?
I kind of touched on it earlier that I would have, if I could go back, I would have gone with Dr. Briarose. But I considered it before that, and in fact, it was intended in my original character idea to eventually defect. It was supposed to be after after a logical story had passed where my companion Deerling had it's shown that the only safe option was to get her out of there. And that honestly, that did show itself many times, and I simply wasn't decisive enough to take that route. But yeah, I mean, so many times I thought, oh, the best option is to get her out of here. But there was absolutely no chance that we could do that with Solev being around all the time, and with my absolute density. Yeah, I think it could have gone very different. Look, it was so scary. Oh my god, it was all I wanted was to make sure that Deerling didn't die. But I felt like taking that risk to get out of the heavily protected center of Imperia was so much more dangerous than just staying and hoping. And eventually, when it did become clear that that was a stupid choice, it was way too late.
All right. Well, thank you, Leo. All right, let's move on to the next question. I already lost my place. Okay. Was it a challenge to maintain character from the beginning of the event until the end? If so, how did you overcome this? Yeah, if you want to come up, I'll start and say just real quick. I mean, it was a bit of a challenge. I think it felt weird role-playing. I never role-played that much in an event before, except for Progeny, which I felt really weird doing. Which I don't know. I think that was just my personal experience. It was just like, but I think in this event, just being able to bring out a little bit of my own personality a bit and being a lot more over the top, rather than trying to be somebody that I'm not. And because it's like, it's just easier to act in roleplay when it's closer to your personality. And I'm very loud. I'm very obnoxious. I'm very in your face, that kind of thing. So being somebody who can be really nice and then can get really loud when really pushed to the limit, it made it easier for me. So for me, I just find it easier just picking characters that you are able to easily act in the way that's like you kind of relate to it in a way, I guess, if that makes sense. Phoenix?
I feel like personally we got extremely lucky because so many people in this group were amazing role players, and like as people have already said, it's so much easier to roleplay when the people around you are also role playing, especially when they're extremely good at it. It also helped for me personally because I had my twin, Dr. Rainbow. We were kind of just always bouncing off of each other. It worked really well for the story. I personally, being evil is very fun. It's somewhat easy to do sometimes, but it's harder to like stick to something. And I feel like I actually had a good job of doing that and not just, oh, I'm being evil for the sake of being evil. I mean, I did out of character, I was being evil because I wanted to, but in character, I had a lot of good reasons, and I think that was in part because I was able to do things because everyone around me did such a great job.
Nice. Okay, Leo?
I will be completely honest. Before the event started and when the event started, I was terrified. I thought my character idea was lame and wouldn't fit into the Ministry of Health because he was supposed to be really rough around the edges, and he wasn't supposed to like really get along with people super easily in the way that you would expect a doctor to. And I thought, oh my god, all these people are so enthusiastic and they're so into it and they're so dedicated. This idea they're gonna hate me. Like this is not gonna fit in. But as the sessions went on, I realized that I was finding a balance, and also that people appreciated what I had. And the more that I kind of reinforced that in my head, the more I felt like, oh yeah, this character is more like me than I gave him credit for, and that made me really resonate and fit into it. I don't think even at the very end when I died, I think even then I was still in the headspace of my character. That's what made it hard to end, but it was also God. It was just, it was good. It wasn't hard after that first day, to be honest with you. Did I stay in character? Oh man, was that for me, Jofiel? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all. That's all I got then.
All right, Jofiel?
It was really bloody hard, to be honest, a lot of the time. It's even harder when you've got a different name. People keep calling you a different name. It's the amount of excuses I came up with, people trying to get to go stop calling me Jofield, was quite annoying at times, but it paid off. Honestly, it often just came down to, I want to see this character done well, and I don't care. Was honestly often a lot of the times. People tease the accent a lot. Like in the first few days, especially, people love teasing it because obviously it sounds fucking ridiculous because everyone's been so used to "hello, it's me." It's like the very sort of standard English. So when I I think it's tyrannical, as I was going on a mic, I went, "Is that really your voice?" And I just laughed back, saying, "Yeah." Taking it in stride, I think, was key, but also just realizing that this was a really good story. There's people around you who are going to help, and I think just a general determination, a desire to see it through, no matter how much it makes you cringe when you look back at the footage, because you believe it's right. And the moment I knew it worked was when I was watching Fortsy's stream. I was watching 5-Man Fortsy stream on day 6/7. Like the aftermath. God damn it, Rizzy. So Fortsy in the event, sorry, like on the last day, I approached him just out of nowhere, with like the remnants of Band-Aid Brigade, and half the chat, there was about, I think, what is it, 20, 30 people? Half the chat said Briarose, not Joe Field, when they saw me. And that made me realize that I'd succeeded. Because it was independently being recognized as their own person. And I think that's all I have to say.
All right, V.
So staying in character was actually kind of hard in terms of Nurse V's morality and as a person in general, because Nurse V is really different from my personality. I didn't have to do a voice like Joe Phil, but I did have a different kind of personality because Nurse V is really naive. I will admit that she's naive and she's a coward. And I am very, very loud with my opinions, and I just am not Nurse V in real life. I am very talkative and all that, and I will trust it when someone tells me and explains stuff to me. But how to stay in character? It was really hard, but the first thing, like, I would point out what Jofiel said: get a roleplay buddy, bounce off that so bad, and make things work for your character, and make decisions that your character would make, not as yourself. Try to put into the mindset of that character. When I was in I think I pulled a bit of my past while throughout this entire event. Like, I tried to bring out the elements of theater within me because in that time we were always told to always imagine ourselves as our character, no matter how old they were, how young they were, or who they were. We had to think like our character and talk like our character and act like our character. So that was what I basically pulled out for Nurse V. How she was very skittish. She has anxiety. She doesn't trust a lot of people. She believes that everything Imperia does is right. So in the end, it was kind of easy when you have someone with you, acting with you, and bouncing off your ideas. And my best advice to stay in character is literally make a script of things you might say. Write down your character's personality, their goals, their some of their like little facts about them that you'll always have by your side, so by the time you're acting them out, you can like call back to them and not get lost with your own reactions to the character in person. And also try to make sure that when you're acting, you're in a good time zone, because I was waking up, I was not sleeping for those days. I had to wake up at like 3 a.m., 12 a.m. because the event for me was at 6 a.m. and I had to prepare some stuff. So at like by the end of the session, I had a terrible headache and I had school. So yeah, pick a good time zone, but if you're ready to sacrifice for it, go for it.
All right. Serge, did you want to answer?
Yeah, I can answer really quick. I just jumped in late. I would say, and this is in regard to how we kept in character. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much just like how we kept in character like the entire time. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely hard, especially when V and I and MLG were working to escape to go see Dr. Briarose. I did mention this in the post event, but I did throw up with stress, but I did manage to stay in it because I had people like Blue, for example, I had been confiding in him, like, hey, I'm sick with stress. I don't really want to do this. And he's like, you gotta stick to the character. You gotta stick to your guns on it. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll do it. So having that encouragement was definitely really helpful. Was definitely talking to peers and them going like, definitely you should keep doing it. But yeah, just committing to the bit is the best way I can say it. It sucks. It's hard, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be better than not doing it.
Right, Phonics?
Yeah, that was just such a sweet response. I was just talking in my stream about it. It's just no. I think for me it was doing one thing that helped me keep in character despite some struggles was like having a different voice that I kind of like. I didn't put on a different like accent or anything, but I had my customer service voice. So I was like, you know, like I would get into a very like sterile sort of vibe just because like that's the character I wanted to play. I wanted to play someone who's very like, I believe what I'm doing is right. I believe what I'm doing is the best thing. Nick, it was low-key creepy. I'm glad that came across. I appreciate it. Like when I talk right now, like I'm talking very normally, but you know, changing to like the oh, I'm really glad. Like just like changing my tone just to like this like really nice, pleasant, I'm really here to talk to everyone and you know help them with whatever they need. And then yeah, when like and then just like I guess role playing for the thing that is happening is like you know like I did my insane laugh. I went freaking insane at the end, you know, like so I started like literally just like letting myself laugh in a way that felt actually chaotic. Should I do it now? It's fun. I love getting to do it. I plan to do that more. Yes, fuck. Hold on. All right.
Oh. Girl, did you get caught out or is that just me?
Oh, Discord might cut it out. My stream can hear it though. Discord is a fucking asshole. Hold up. Let me turn off noise suppression.
What the peak?
Here we go. I turned off noise suppression. Yeah.
My goat.
Yeah. So like doing like fun things, like falling into it, let yourself like really experience what, you know, that sort of thing. Because I found really hard to role play while still leading people. Like I found that really hard because I wanted to like really make sure all of y'all were getting your best experience and stuff. So sometimes I put my roleplay kind of on the back foot. So when I did get to roleplay, I tried to like really push it. Also, I love that everyone at Twitch chat is like, "That is terrifying." I'm glad that like makes me feel really good. Thanks, y'all. Perfect. Yeah, that's me.
All right, Squints.
Well, yeah, like many have said here, it was rather difficult to keep a character for much of the event because something always came up. You know, there would always just be, you know, a message being shot my way whenever I'd be in the middle of something, and it would be, in fact, very important. My priority was always on just making the department function as well as I could. Now, I maintained character whenever I could through my desire to make sure others were having fun and just through trying to make memories. I was successful, I want to say, the majority of the time. There were some times that I kind of look back at and go and kind of cringe because I wasn't really playing along when I really had the opportunity to. But by and large, I'm rather proud of how I handled it. I would always try to have a voice going on. It would always be a bit of a mid-Atlantic voice that I would launch into. And it was often, you know, very unconscious. I'm not sure I could even do it on command right now. Who knows? I might continue if I speak in a lofty enough tone. Now, oh my goodness. Yeah, there was also an evil laugh that I used every once in a while, though I don't know if I'd actually used it in front of everybody, but I don't know. I found that my mischievous side would often be the thing that drove would often be the thing that drove that sort of role-playing behavior. And yeah, that was great.
Right.
Everybody's talking about my laugh, so you know what? Let's let the people hear it if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Dearling.
Hi. I'm gonna take a step over here. Anyway, I would say in answer to how do you stay in character, this is gonna be more of a general answer, I think, because I think there's often this misconstrued idea that when you're role playing a character, you're in it 100% all the time. You're always role playing. But I think in events, especially, there are moments where you're not going to be in character. You're going to be laughing at something someone said, or there was a time when MLG and V were going down the hospital hallways in a boat, and we made it a whole bit about how they're mopping the floors at the time. So I think there's something to be said for even if you're not. You said it was not in character. MLG, is that in character now? Uh, Regardless, like there is something to be said for not the crazy monologues or the major character events or the things that are going to be like the climax of the story, but for just the very basic things of going like, good morning, Dr. Jevel. I hope you have an amazing day. Or Dr. Briarose, I've been looking for Nurse V. She was supposed to go cloud watching with me, but I can't find her anywhere. Just having like the brief daily interactions and just reaching out to people and saying, hey, this is a bit, let's do it for the next 5 minutes, 2 minutes. It really does add a lot to what you're doing in the moment.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say one more thing. Like I mentioned, I think one of the easiest things to like stay in character is just to do something that you are familiar with. Sometimes that could be something as simple as like, I guess I'll give an example for me. I have this thing where for some reason I can switch up voices or switch up like portrayals of myself like really quickly. Like I'll go from like, hey Phoenix, oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Leo. How could you do this, Dr. Pryor? How could you? You betrayed all of us in the Ministry of Health. You hurt so many of us. You destroyed what we were working so hard on. And now I have these fucking carrots in my hand. Fuck. Me. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, hey, Serge, I like that emerald. Did I have it? I don't.
What the fuck was that?
I don't really want it anymore. Oh, yeah.
Well, you would be so loved in my
Absolute
workshop.
I
You would
kind of,
be
I
so
kind of
loved
wish I
in
got
my
to see more of
theater
that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
Jelly,
Oh.
your speech in like the final.
Guys, I do have to say
in the
goodbye.
invasion.
Bye, B.
Bye.
Is right
Yeah, with
outside.
having accidents. Yeah,
Right outside.
that was you went back and forth
Bye.
so fast with having accidents. It was actually insane.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Phoenix?
Oh, I was saying the final speech when the rebels invaded the Phoenix machine. That was just so good.
Y'all, those fuck ass rebels.
Leave the
Woo!
room to die, but it was so good.
Yeah,
Thank
it's actually
you.
interesting you say that because I know Jevel was like, I remember later I was talking to you about that scene and you were very unhappy about it, and I was like, no, I loved your speech. I loved how it felt to be with you in that moment, and like you made them invading for me feel like more of a roleplay experience when there wasn't much of that at the time. So yeah, I must say, like, I will glaze Geraldine Hell for the amazing roleplay that she brings, and the fact that she's able to roleplay even in instances where I felt very hard to roleplay in because of like the yelling and people just like, you know, being more about destruction, and they weren't really roleplaying as such. They were more just like invading and yelling, and but Jevel kind of brought that back to this roleplay perspective for me. So yeah.
Okay, anyways, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, I'll go to the next questions. We have about Okay, guys, we have about 10 questions left, so we're in the final stretch. We can make this brief. We can make this as brief as we can. Let's just go lightning as much as we can. Hello, just wanted to ask, how did the logistics of the MOH play out? Like, how did you guys record and report medical stuff? Girl, we just fucking freeballed that shit. I don't know about y'all.
There was some recording.
There was some recording. There was a lot of Google Docs, actually. There were actually lots of Google Docs. There were Google Docs. Good night, Jofiel. But yes, there was a lot of Google Docs. I wish they got utilized, or I wish I utilized them a lot more. Actually, I should specifically say, because there was a lot of people who worked really hard on them. And yeah, it was.
Records one got used a lot.
Yeah, the Phoenix
patient records didn't as much.
Who made the patient records one? I forget.
I did.
Ah,
But
Nick the goat.
We didn't
Nick
really
the
have any
goat.
patients. It just ended up being Phoenix records, anyways.
Fucking goat. Yeah, Nick, that was awesome document. Also, Nancita always had made the best like documents and oh yeah, and Docky. Oh my gosh. Yeah, y'all are so crazy. But yeah, lot of sheets, documents for me. I kind of freeballed shit when I was handling stuff. I probably should. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, so that's really all on that. How much did the government monitor what you were doing? Do you think if you were to break the law, you would get away with it? I mean,
You could break the law very easily.
I feel like we could get away
Yes,
with a lot of
the
things.
government didn't
we
actually
had-
know about us.
We had a shockingly low amount of oversight. I'll say that.
Yeah.
For what we were doing.
We got
I
away
literally,
with
I remember
so
I told
much.
I told a lot of you guys, just do it. If you want to do something, just do it. Like, please don't ask half the time. Like, I literally said ask for forgiveness rather than like permission, because like you could.
Yeah.
It's like earlier, I said I wish I disobeyed more orders. Just to go do random
Real.
things.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, government just did not give a shit. I mean, like, they gave a shit, but like they didn't give a shit. Like, if we could probably have killed a lot of people, and then they would have been like, strange. Well, let's see. What is the structure hierarchy in as much detail as you could spare? I love these silly little world building stones. I think this could be a phonics and Squin's answer if you guys would like.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
planning
why
about
not?
this. Yeah.
Let's
I'll let you lead, and I'll just add on to what you say, Squins. Go for it.
All right, let's tag team this. Okay, so at the very top you have the administrative section of the Ministry of Health, and that would be the minister and the deputy minister. So that would be myself and Phonics. We were pretty much the heads. Well, we were the heads of the departments, and we were pretty much. It would be our job to, distribute the orders of the day, if you will, and effectively just direct policy for the rest of the ministry.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, right below that, you had the doctors. Now, these would be people who each would each lead a team of 5 people, themselves being the 6th, and internally these were referred to officially as units. At first, but eventually, colloquially, they became known as teams because that was just a little bit easier. Now, below that, you have the nurses, and these were the people who would have policy distributed to them by doctors, and they would have access to regular keys. Doctors and minister and deputy minister would all have master keys, and these would be your little access. Your little access cards, your little hotel room keys that would take you pretty much anywhere, depending on your clearance. And yeah, I mean, we had smaller unit sizes than a lot of the other ministries. I know battalions and squads in the Ministry of Defense
They had a lot of
bigger.
different levels in theirs. Yeah. I think Squins, just add on to some of the stuff you said. I think we found that we were really happy with the structure of 5 nurses to 1 doctor, and just like kind of how that created a very nice team structure, and also for all of our group, like all elder nurses and doctors and like all them as players got to kind of like interact with one another. We thought that would be really nice, so no one was kind of ever alone, if that makes sense. Because I feel like in events sometimes you can end up like on your own too much, and we didn't want that to be a thing. So we really expressed like liking everyone kind of staying together, and I'm really happy that we ended up doing that. That was originally Squins already had that designed up, but that was something I wanted to try in an event anyway. So I'm really happy with how that went. Squins did a lot of, in terms of like what him as a minister did compared to me as a deputy. He did a lot of things in terms of talking to other ministers and other important people. So he was in a lot of like he did a lot of stuff out of event, is what I will say. Everyone should really, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that no one will ever see that Squins has done, and I cannot yell about how much he does really for this ministry in the event. But yeah, he did a lot of meetings, and a lot of those are not always the most productive and can be frustrating, and it's just what it is in events and stuff. So props to him for dealing with all that. And then I tried to do more of like a one-on-one approach with my time. So like reaching out to you guys, going like, hey, how did you find event today? And also just checking in and making sure that everything was covered, making sure that I did what I could. I had to like beg for perms to be able to like try and help out more and stuff. So yeah, and then also just big props to the doctors, because I think, we did make doctors very early in the event before we got to kind of see what everyone was like, and doctors kind of being in charge of their 5 nurses, I feel like really had such a positive impact. And then all the nurses were just like immediately just going with the flow and just being like, okay, this is our structure now, we're good with it. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on all levels and what that kind of looks like. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Look, I received a compliment, so I feel compelled to return it. Phonics was absolutely fantastic in her role as deputy minister. She was very much the kind of floor boss for a lot of the time. Like she said, she was reaching out to a lot of people and individually making sure they were having a great time and being very proactive when it came to unit cohesion. That was amazing. Seriously, like a bang-up job. I was also going to mention, yeah, at first I was actually worried about only having 5 nurses per doctor, and that was just based on me and my worries regarding activity, because my previous ish event experience was in Tricolor, and after Jofiel died, there was a bit of a drop-off in activity, and as a result, some, I guess, little units or subunits were a bit short-staffed for the rest of the event. But you guys blew me out of the water with your dedication to this event, I have to say. Rain or shine, I'm astonished. What can I say? By all of you.
Yeah. Honestly, big props, big appreciation. Yeah.
Yay! Well, thank you all. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Next question. How many people did you actually save? Please don't tell me it's a 0% success rate. Who's gonna tell them?
I was gonna say, can we actively say we saved anyone?
Well,
I saved someone from a poor decision. I busted them for selling pufferfish and to not spread fish rabies. And then I got a book at the end, and they said that it changed their life and they wouldn't do it again, but then they died. They died and they had their friend deliver it to me. But
it would have been fine if the machine wasn't destroyed, because we could have just brought him back. But you know what?
I think who was it? Didn't somebody? It might have even been Ish. Wasn't it like just confirmed that that literally anybody who got revived was just like going to die? Like
they were gonna die.
Yeah. So
that's what the Ministry of Milk is for.
yeah. So it didn't work.
It was a manual process by event staff. People getting withering.
Yeah, but yeah. Sorry you had to learn this way, pal.
We saved lots of people.
We did save lots of people. We were awesome. Okay. Where were we? What was the most significant Ministry of Health event that changed the department? I mean, anyone got a take on this? Just
The first Purge is a good one.
What do you think, Rizzy?
I would definitely say the icebreakers because that made everybody feel so involved. I
Oh.
absolutely loved that one, to be honest.
Oh. Yeah, so
Like, that
ice
was such a
fairs.
bonding experience right away. It was really good.
Has
Loved
that been
one.
talked about for the Q&A yet as a whole?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, definitely set us up really well. I think I can definitely agree. But yeah, I mean, I definitely say the first Purge definitely fucked a lot of people up. Going down to the Phoenix machine, like the Project Phoenix, being introduced to that shit rocked my world. If y'all were there, you knew that shit rocked my world. Like, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? But yeah, like, just definitely.
Yeah, I think for me the event that definitely did it was like getting to like take everyone through tours of the machine, like through tours of the lab. Like for me, that was when I really felt like I got to do the most roleplay, especially with all of you. And so like, and also like seeing how that all like affected everyone was awesome. So I think, yeah, like everyone, whenever someone was introduced to the lab, I would say that was the biggest moment individually.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we can go to the next question. This one's already answered, technically. Was everyone made aware of Project Phoenix before the event started? Abso-fucking-lutely not, we weren't. No, we weren't. The only one who technically knew was Squins, and then Phonics, you knew like 2...
I knew before the event.
Yeah, you do know before the event. Yeah, it was, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we did not know. We did not know that this shit was happening. We learned it. It was quite interesting. Yeah, those who know. Okay, let's see. Are we ever getting more MOH in the future? Well, we can't exactly do MOH in another event, like as in like the actual Ministry of Health, but I mean, we'll be back. We'll be back in future events. If not state events, we'll do it. We'll do, you know, other events. Imperia to Ministry of Goats, Ministry of Hay. We have so many options. Also,
it also depends, like if we're playing all together in another event, or like if people decides to go to different like places and stuff. Like you'll probably see a few of us again. Is definitely the big thing.
yeah, yeah. Don't worry, this is not the last you're gonna be. I mean, I can definitely say I will be seeing these guys again, like in some way or another. So yeah, y'all can't get rid of me. Sorry. Okay, let's see. MOH has the least deaths of all the other ministries before day 6. How did that happen? Well, first of all, we were based, we were sheltered, we couldn't really go out that much. There's a stateless detect. Oh, cool. You gotta send that, Rizzy. I actually am interested in that. But
who's that run by?
yeah, actually, I'm curious on that too. But we can discuss it. Yeah. But I mean, I would definitely say, and people can hop in and you know discuss as well. But I think it just was partially due to us being like so sheltered, working in the facility. Like we didn't really have as much of opportunities to go outside in the districts. I mean, when we did, I think when a lot of us did go out to the districts, we were very heavily protected, at least from what I know. But yeah, like that's, yeah. I don't know if anybody else wants to add to that.
Also comes down to like the vibe we had. So we were very like Ministry of Health. Like we weren't there to like cause harm. So like I know I went in on to one of the districts on my own without a guard at one point, and for some reason survived. I don't know why. I kind of was okay if I died doing that. I thought it'd be a cool plot point for my story as well as the whole, but people just kind of didn't want to kill us for some reason.
Yeah. I think we also got really lucky. There was a lot of situations where we could have been put in a lot of harm. Like, for instance, Chroma Care one day, I think it was day 4, we had assignments to go out to each of the districts, each of the different units did. Our team was assigned to desert, And as we were heading out, we arrived at what was basically the train station, and there was a bunch of guards in there, and they were saying, "Hey, yeah, no, you can't go to desert." It turns out someone just died there, and like there was a bunch of rebels in there. So like if we had been a couple minutes earlier, we probably would have died. We just got really lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, we did get really lucky, but I don't know. I feel like we just had a lot of good aura. We just literally we were just aura. You know?
I agree with big aura.
We're big aura.
Yeah.
Ongoing from day 5, I think. I thought every day would be my last, but it turns out it wasn't.
Yay! What a pleasant surprise.
It was very surprising for myself as well.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. From the clips I've seen, the capital is so big and intricate. Did any of you ever get lost in it, or were you given a tour before the event started? All the fucking time. I will say there was one point where I don't know if a lot of people know this, but at one point I went through the emergency exit in the facility. I could not get back in, and I tried to get an event staff to TP me back because this was on day 6, and I literally thought I was going to die. And they couldn't TP me back, so I just had to find my way. It was really, really rough. I just have to say it was really rough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if any of y'all have any other thoughts on that.
I was using a waypoint mod, so I had colored dots everywhere through the entire event. Sorry, see, can you please stop screaming? And I was still getting lost. But also just the amount of effort and attention to detail that was in this city was absolutely insane. Like the building team absolutely outdid themselves. I was finding like random basketball courts, little random cafes, and like rooftop little sceneries, and just everywhere you looked there was just something you could do or find. And I still feel like if I could have just had a week where I just walked through the city, that would have been an amazing event on its own.
We had a bar on the top of the hospital. There was a bar.
I didn't even know. Oh yeah, there was.
Indeed, there was. Oh.
There was a bar. We had the MOH bar.
I also want to mention I feel so bad for all of the civilians that couldn't go in and explore it for themselves because it was literally blown and grieved to bits during the war. So most of them didn't really get to see and experience it. But if there's going to be a world download, I would recommend everybody to just go in and explore it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is really nice. Yeah. Okay. We are okay. This one. God damn it! I should have said this one when Jofiel was here. If Day 9 is retconned, what do y'all plan on replacing it with? I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that. That might be more of a Jofiel question.
I'm dead.
Man, I'm dead.
I can kind of answer it. I know which scenarios occurred that made a lot of us retcon that last day. A lot of it just came down to the roleplay wasn't quite right. Like it wasn't fully the way we wanted our characters to go. So for a lot of us, like I'm retconning parts of day 9 because I got killed in a random explosion and I don't feel like that fits what my character did in the ending. And so I'm just retconning parts of it and headcanoning my other ending. So I think for a lot of us, it's just finding our own satisfying ending based on our own headcanons and the paths that we had kind of intended to take already.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any input on that?
I guess I could say something. It's not specifically day 9 though. If I hadn't died to Sunset, I probably would have hunted down his family and killed them all. Which included Nick. Sorry, gang.
You know what? Hell yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. I see it. I see the vision now. I see the vision. Okay, real quick. I am gonna read these answers because I completely forgot, and this is my bad, totally slipped my mind. I forgot to read some of FancyNancy's answers for some of the questions. So real quick, I'll just go to them real quick. Okay, things you wanted to do in your role but you couldn't. Nancy said, I doubt anyone even saw me or much of my team. Pulse Patrol during the event, we were one of the few in the MOH that were on the road in the districts almost the whole time. This is because our whole team were actually Ministry of Intelligence agents. I love the setup for this role. While being a nurse was just more of my cover, but I think there was lots of ways to make it more interesting. Most of our team wished we had been able to do more spy work, but felt a bit stuck because the event was so fast-paced and we were kept in the dark about a lot of the political and science stuff going on behind the scene. Hindsight is 2020, but I wish I'd leaned into my role as a nurse even more than I did because it would have created more fun roleplay moments. If anything, it makes me excited for future events because I have lots of ideas. Absolute queen. One more, she said, for the question, did you guys actually offer therapy sessions? She stated, I did get to do this a couple times. The most memorable one was offering some therapy and a hug to a jungle district citizen after one of the group members died. I got a full tour of the inner area, learned the group's hierarchy, and made a great connection with the citizen. As an MOI agent, this was an absolutely perfect setup for me. But the event ended up ending the day after, and I couldn't follow up on it. After the event was over, the citizen, Torchic Plays, which, shout out to them, they're very cool, learned that I was a Ministry of Intelligence spy and was completely flabbergasted that she spilled so much information to me so easily. Yeah. Nancy's the goat. Before we get to the last question, which, by the way, yes, we are at the last question, guys. We made it. We're at the last question. We have a few words from our fellow MLG.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't be at a lot of this event. I am still at work. But there's a few things that I wanted to say, just as a kind of an appreciation thing for putting this event on. Obviously, thank everyone that has been in the audience for watching and participating here. Thank you to all the people that spoke and gave answers. But specifically, I wanted to shout out that Surge, along with Blue, Ender, V, Shadow, and Jevil all helped in some way help build what you're seeing for the set for the stage. Obviously, thank you to Jevil and Phonics for hosting the stream, and thank you to Phonics and Squins both for being the best ministers ever. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that because I didn't know if you already talked about that, but I think what y'all made is really awesome. So this was all built in survival, so it's pretty cool.
Also, big shout out to MLG for letting us use his server. Hello, absolute goat. All right, this wouldn't even be here without MLG. Okay, don't think we forgot. Don't you dare think you're gonna get away from the appreciation train, girl. All right. Anyways, last question. Yeah, of course, my goat. Last question, and I just lost it. There it is. Could each of you share a small funny or fun fact about the characters you've made or played for the Purge? If anybody would like to answer, come up on stage one last time.
This feels like icebreakers. Yes, can we do a big circle? Like an icebreaker?
We can, yeah. If everybody would like to answer for this one, we could do a big circle. Oh my gosh, icebreak vaccine. Oh my gosh, icebreakers. Those who know. Okay, Phoenix, you coming?
You should start, Joel.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's see.
I love starting onto someone. It's my favorite thing.
Okay.
That's part of an icebreaker.
Well, my name is Jevil. I guess a fun fact about me is that I ooh, I need to actually think of one. For this event. Oh, okay, I guess. Okay. This is a funny one. The fun fact about me is that I had the highest kill count in my history of playing in state events. I killed exactly one person. And it was for very good reasons in character. So, yeah. Shout out to Happy Maxidents. Phonics? Yay!
Hi, my name is Phonics Archfiend. I was the Deputy Minister of Health, and one fun little fact about me, is that I ended up having a little doomed love story with my beloved wife, Rubbish Not Trash. I ended up showing her the lab, and then her essentially killing herself and jumping off a building with me after expressing her love for me and how she can't be with me with this, even though she gave vows to me and such, and then bringing her back in the Phoenix Machine and doing it all over again right before the lab was invaded. And I don't know, it's so fun, and it's yeah. I don't know. That was my character. My character had an arc, and that feels cool to me. Oh no, I was just muted. Apparently, I was muted in my stream. No.
Oops.
No, I'm useless. It was pretty much that I had a doomed love story with my beloved Rubbish Not Trash from the Snow District, and she killed herself in front of me twice. Once originally after she found out about the lab, and then again when I revived her. Well, when I gave her head to be revived, and then she found me, which was fun. But yeah.
Right. Surge.
Some of you may know this, but a fun little fact about my character's backstory, the origin of my lore, is that my people, the city that I came from, since I'm a war-torn individual, my city was destroyed by the Barbie nuke. So that's that's the fun origin story from where I based my character off of. And he is searching for information on Barbie Land, but does not know where it is. And that's why he's with the minister with the Imperia, is to try and get information on figuring out who it was that sent that missile at us and who destroyed my people. So, life in plastic is not fantastic.
Right. Shadow?
I think I'll go along the same lines as Surge here. I'll share a little tidbit about the backstory of my character and why they joined the Ministry of Health. I think originally I had my character be from the Desert District, like a very Empyrean loyalist, trying to convince people that Imperia really knows what's best for them. So I think my character would have, paraded around the Desert District, handed out pamphlets, start like talking on the streets, but then he didn't think that it was enough to convince them. So he would try to run for like I guess a cabinet position, and like when the governors and stuff like that, or maybe even run for governor. And in a little Hamilton inspired moment, like Aaron Burr, he ends up losing the election, or for whatever position, and he ends up crashing out. And so he turns his back on the Desert District, kind of like a reverse rebel type thing, and joins the Ministry of Health to prove, I guess, like forcibly, that Imperia does truly care.
Yay. Dearling?
I have two, I suppose. A fun fact is that I canonically have a bird hiding in my lab coat for obvious reasons. And then as far as my backstory went, I've touched on this a little bit already today, but just to go into more depth, Leo was my partner during the event, and I just want to shout him out because he was absolutely wonderful to work with the whole time. And we actually made it so that canonically, after I graduated from university and I joined the Ministry of Health, I worked under him for many years as like his mentee. He was my mentor for many years. And we had many opportunities to kind of talk as though we had known each other for years and discuss like the changes in Imperia and about morality and our like take on the world and everything around us. And it was just a wonderful opportunity to have someone like that at my side.
Yay. Nick?
I think probably the most interesting part of my character, or the weirdest part, is probably just my entire day one was all over the place between getting stuck in the elevator and needing to be TP'd out, and then just dying, falling off a ledge, which, I got to experience the afterlife at least, so I could understand what the residents were going through. But actually, in a weird way, I was actually really grateful because that gave me like the perfect springboard for what I could like try and do for my character. And that's kind of where it all started from, was my incidental gravitational incident there at the beginning.
All right. Pink?
For me, I guess this is one I haven't really mentioned much, but I kind of thought up during the event that kind of made sense. My character kind of had this more like like military, like, all right, let's like follow the orders, but with that kind of like caring sense, not like drill sergeant, but kind of that like sort of like strict, like, okay, like let's buddy up, let's have code words. I don't want any of you dying. And I'd like to think that before joining the Ministry of Health, maybe Pink wanted to join the Peacekeepers, but for one reason or another decided against it. And I'd like to think that Suzuki and Nansuda are a big part of that, because before the event we thought it'd be a really like fun idea if we like called ourselves like sisters, because we all look very similar with like our hair, and I thought that was a really funny coincidence and we should go with it. So I don't know, I might write a story about it, but I think that's a cool idea. Maybe you know, wanted to be military but decided on something else, you know, to maybe stay with like family. I don't know, it's like kind of like a workshop thing, but I think that could be a cool idea.
Right. Squints?
Yes, hello, my name is Squins, and a fun fact about my character and myself as well is yes, I suppose that's one as well. I might get to that at the end of this. You know what? Well, for the camera, why not? Okay. Now, as I was saying, a nice little fun fact about my character is he had a tendency to get comically interrupted in really big moments because one example I'd say is whenever I was caught by a few rebels after Tyrannical's assassination, and I was originally going to be tried, I guess, right then and there. You know, Spood had come up to me and said, like, oh, yes. I don't actually know what exactly was going to happen, but I don't know. Someone started fighting someone else. Spood went over there. Then Spood got killed. There was that, and just, I don't know, my whole pursuit of trying to make that trial happen because I thought it would be really fun and not lame. And then it just didn't happen due to some of the reasons that I talked about earlier. There was that, and in the lab, to actually go off of Phonix's Doomed Yuri for a moment, I was about to question Darapchu and Charm on what I knew was their attempts to get him out of the prison. Sorry, excuse me, the laboratory, the facility. It wasn't a prison. They left it there. Anyway, Rubbish jumping off of one of the sky bridges actually interrupted me to a point where I actually went over and walked over to see what was going on, and thus bought them some time to potentially escape, which I thought was really hilarious in retrospect. And finally,
It's so interesting to find out. I love that.
and finally, by popular demand, yes, Throw It Back Minister Squins is a reference to certain dance moves I was making in the club during build day.
Blue Potato!
Yeah, I am Nurse Blue Potato, and outside of like event and character, I promise I'm not a PvP sweat. Some of you might not believe that, but really I'm not. During the event though, I was like the biggest advocate of the Ministry of Health hit squad. I mean, we had definitely enemies that needed to be you know, dealt with. And so on the chaos of day 6, I started like basically running around with the Imperial Guard and like taking a few pot shots on rebels. And you know, that was just really satisfying. I felt a lot of pleasure during that. Yeah.
Right. Rizzy?
Hi, I'm Rizzy. My character's backstory was to be like a very ultra loyalist, and I feel like I was one of the only people reacting positively to Project Phoenix. When I saw it, I was like, yo, we are doing this. This is amazing. We're unstoppable. Unlike most of the other people that were shocked by it. And as a fun fact, I don't know if many of you know, but I had a 5-minute marriage with one of the jungle citizens, which in the beginning was meant to be a trap so they could kill me with her friends and get like my armor and key. But she decided against it, so we had like our 5 minutes together and had a very nice, yeah, interaction and like discussion. And then we parted ways and we exchanged some flowers, which I held on to the entire event. Eventually, she tried to escape jungle and got killed by Tyrannical. But I actually made it, or I actually ended up with getting hands on her head and had the chance to make contact with one of her friends, who then came out all the way to the new Imperia outpost in exile just to pick up her head so she can get it yeah, she can get the normal burial, which
Oh.
was kind of wholesome.
Awesome. All right, Phoenix.
Okay, so my character had a bit of a backstory. Basically, a simple version is the reason why I was so obsessed with immortality. I suppose I should say I created the Phoenix machine, in canon, and I was so obsessed with immortality because, the reason why I look so weird is at some point in my past, some former version of a Phoenix machine existed, kind of like what Lazarus is to Phoenix. And I was revived through that, and it was a better machine than our version. But I've been slowly withering since then, and I'm barely alive, so I've been so obsessed with that, with immortality because of that. And I guess a random little fun fact is my character has wings, because I'm a Phoenix, unsurprisingly. And my wings are clipped per Empyrean standard, and also just because it's really inconvenient to have giant wings when walking through tiny underground areas, like a laboratory.
All right. Ender?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I changed my skin really quickly because this is my epilogue skin. No one really got to see it because loyalists kind of just got banished to a jungle biome and we didn't do much else, except that I did get to live my nurse's beautiful life out as the new Minister of Health with a million wolves, a cat that is the reincarnation of Solev, and a sniffer that is the reincarnation of Elanulo. The only reason my skin goes from Fox to more Ender in Ender Fox is actually because Phoenix here made fan art of my character where they interpreted her as more of like an Ender dragon. And I thought that was so fucking cool that I made this skin for the epilogue, kind of like basing off of it, like, oh, her scales are showing because she's like stressed and stuff. So now it's like more purple. And yeah, so just, part Ender Dragon casually, still just alive and with all her animals, and she's having a great time. Totally, nothing is wrong.
All right. Sorry.
To realize my username is actually based off it's actually a translation of Phoenix, and it's just funny because two of us. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, your skin's so pretty.
Win. Okay. I just have two more written responses from Cloud and V, who I don't believe are here at the moment. So from Cloud, fun fact, I made an in-game biography of my character's lore and experience in the event and placed it in a chest at the place I died. Not so fun fact, my first kill was using the bow and arrow. I got myself low on epilogue day 3 using a bow and arrow in order to kill myself via fall damage. Another fun fact, my character was born in the Snow District and was taken to the capital. She lived at a capital orphanage, and I know some of the other MOH members had orphan OCs as well, who went to this orphanage. President Solev and First Lady Imperia would visit often and care for their children, mostly in front of the cameras. It was propaganda, and my character knew, so she could never see Solev or Alt as parental figures, but she definitely idolized them. During the first Purge, we played Duck Duck Goose in the Capital Hospital. And then from Nurse V, Nurse V is also an orphan taken from the snow. She was one of the first batches of orphans that the government took for good reputation and for exploitation, so she's been brainwashed and indoctrinated at a very early age. She does have diagnosed anxiety, though, which makes it really ironic since she's a therapist as well. She does see Lady Altiera and President Solev as parental figures, but more so as they were father and mother of the nation. Nurse V also has a weak imagination. She sees and takes everything literally, which pretty much sums up her genuineness as a character. And with that, that's it. All the questions.
I do have one more fun fact.
Oh.
I just remembered the fun fact I originally meant to say.
What?
I killed one guy 9 times.
Yes.
We
love this lore.
What the lore? What the lore?
It was fun.
Yay! Oh my god, we did it!
As MLG said, thank you to everyone who's hung around and watched and also answered questions. and
Oh
was
my
involved,
god.
and holy damn.
Yeah.
I don't stream for long normally and I'm tired, but I'm very appreciative of everyone that's hung out and yeah.
Everybody get on the stage. Everyone get on the stage.
Everyone, let Screeny.
Yeah, Screeny.
We'll retcon people in later.
Yeah, we'll Photoshop. We'll Photoshop. All right, Ponix, you wanna come up front? Or maybe, actually, no, I'm gonna go on the side. I'm gonna go on the side. I can't really, actually,
Go on either side.
well, I'm gonna do, cause I need to actually try to get a, yeah, we could just do that. Okay, yeah, just cause I want to make sure I get the middle. Oh my god, trying to get a nice place. This is fine. All right, say cheese, everybody. This is the Ministry of Health. This is your MOH Q&A stream. Thank you so much for all of the questions. Thank you so much for everything. It was very fun answering all of your guys' questions. This VOD will be posted so you guys can review it at your own time. Holy shit, I cannot believe you guys gave us so much material to work with. And I am so grateful to have spent my time with these people during the event, out of the event. It's just been absolutely incredible. Does anybody have any final words before I end the stream?
Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, yeah. Squins, boss. That's our boss.
Take care, brush your hair.
Yes! Yes! Woo!
I made a brush.
Imperia stay.
Oh, yeah.
Imperia Imperia stay. Wait, Imperia hairs. Imperia hairs.
Oh my gosh, assassination attempt.
Oh my gosh.
I
Oh,
hope everyone has a good day.
yay.
Up in Discord and go to my stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna deafen in Discord real quick and then just properly close out my stream. Wow, what the fuck? Everybody died. I tabbed out for 1 second and everyone fucking died.
Killed by dripstone again.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
All
Get me
right.
out of here. I don't want a low relevant death. Get me out of here.
Okay. Good.
Shadow's ready.
Goodness gracious. Okay. I am gonna real quick just close off my stream on Twitch and then I will unmute in Discord. So give me 1 second, y'all. Okay? Okay? Okay. Okay, so this is the end of the Q&A stream, so I'll quickly just say goodbye so that way you guys don't have to watch this much in the VOD. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Since this is a StateSMP related stream, I'll go ahead and raid somebody from Issue State StateSMP, the very famous Linguini, because why the fuck not? So I'll go ahead and get him written down. Make sure to watch the VOD if you didn't see all of it. Major shout out to Phonics. Please go check her out. She is amazing. Also shout out to Jofio who also streamed with me. Thank you so much. Let me see if my thing's working. Oh shit. Oops. I don't think that worked. Oops. Okay, wait. Shout out Phonics, Arch, Fiend. That worked. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Phonics, and then shout out to Jofio Swings. All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's really all I have to say at this point, to be honest. I'm tired as fuck, and a lot of us are. So, yeah, I'm just gonna get back to my team. All right, take care, everybody. Have a good day. Bye.